Thank you. Please be seated. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the September meeting of the full Council. We have a busy agenda this evening, so with several important topics to discuss. Without further delay, we will proceed with the agenda. Item 1, any apologies? Councillor Prosser?
Kurt Cusson, Alan Lindsay.
Any more? Thank you. Item 2, declaration of interest. Are there any declaration of interest, please? Nope. Item 3, minutes of the meeting of Council held on 16th of July 2025. We will now approve the minutes of our last meeting. Will somebody move them, please? Councillor Hasselgrave. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Dinser. Do you have any speakers on the motion? No. Minutes from last time, no? Go to the vote. Show of hands. All in favour? Thank you. Item 4, announcements from the Mayor. I have several announcements to make this evening following a busy summer period. This evening's agenda includes a large volume of questions and 3 motions on matters of local importance, in some cases contention. Before we move to the business, I want to take a moment to remind colleagues that the matters before us are important, and it is natural that they generate strong views and lively debate. That is the essence of a healthy democracy. While a disagreement is to be expected, how we conduct ourselves at these moments matters greatly. I therefore ask all councillors to approach today's debates with respect for one another, mindful of the responsibility of our office and of the standards set out of our Code of Conduct. In doing so, we not only uphold the dignity of the Council, but also the trust placed in us by the people of Derby. Civic engagements. Over the summer, it was a privilege for both the Deputy Mayor and I to represent the city at a wide range of events. We joined the University of Derby Awards ceremony, celebrated the success of graduates and the promise they bring to Derby's future. In July, highlights include the vibrant Caribbean Carnival, celebrating its 50th anniversary, the Toc H Children's Summer Camp, and the 10th anniversary of Derby Arena. Each reflected the energy, diversity and community spirit that we recognise in Derby. We also joined the Sea Cadets at the annual Royal Naval Parade and welcome a political and business delegation from our twin city of Osnabrück, making this friendship with the reopening of Osnabrück Square. August brought moments of reflection and unity, a short ceremony at the War Memorial in recognition of VJ Day, support for Derby Kids Camp and local cricket charities, and the raising of the Ukrainian flag ahead of the Independence Day, all powerful reminders of service, solidarity and hope. More recently, September began with the opening of the Heritage Beer Festival and the BBC Make a Difference Awards, celebrating the compassion, commitment and strength found across our communities. We both look forward to attending more engagements that demonstrates Derby pride, resilience and generosity in the months ahead. Moving on to the Civic Awards 2024-25. In May, the Council conferred Civic Awards to 14 individuals and 1 organisation, all of which have made a significant contribution to the well-being and reputation of the City of Derby. Alongside fellow councillors, it was my pleasure to welcome our 2024-25 award winners to the Council House for an event last week, celebrating their achievements. It was inspiring to hear their stories and of mutual support and community empowerment over a cup of coffee and a piece of cake. As a reminder to councillors, the 2025-26 nomination window is now open and submissions can be made on the council website until the 31st of March next year. Next, I'm delighted to announce that Derby's Youth Justice Service has been rated outstanding in all categories by His Majesty's Inspectorate of Protection, making Derby the first local authority in the country to receive this judgment under a new inspection framework. The report commends the support provided to young people who are either at risk or are involved with the criminal behaviour, as well as recognising work to support victims of crime committed by young people. Congratulations to everyone involved in this tremendous success. We look forward to learning more when the next Youth Justice Plan is brought before the full Council later this year. Now some sad news. I was deeply saddened to learn of the recent passing of Derbyshire Chief Fire Officer Rob Taylor last week. As councillors, we will be aware his death follows that of Rob's long-standing predecessor, Gavin Tomlinson, the previous month. Both Rob and Gavin were dedicated and respected leaders who served the people of Derbyshire with distinction and worked closely with colleagues at Derby City Council to ensure the safety of our residents and communities. Gavin joined Derbyshire Police Fire and Rescue Service as a trainee firefighter in September 1993, and over the following 31 years, progressed through the ranks, serving as Chief Fire Officer since 2019. Gavin was succeeded by Rob, who transferred to Derbyshire from Manchester Fire and Rescue Service in 2008. Rob became Chief Fire Officer in 2021 before becoming Chief Fire Officer in February of this year. He died following a short and sudden illness. On behalf of the Council, I have written to Derbyshire Fire and Rescue Service expressing our deep sadness and support for those personally affected by this tragic news. I also want to pay respects and tribute to former Councillor Ashok Kalia, who served as Mayor of Derby in 2000-2001. Ashok was a Labour councillor for the former Babington ward, having first been elected in 1988 alongside his late wife Santosh. He was well known for his kindness, devotion to his community and various charitable endeavours. I will now open the floor for condolences and reflections from any fellow councillors who knew either Rob, Gavin and the former Mayor and Councillor Ashok Kalia. Do we have any speakers? Councillor Falk.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to start by passing on my, and I'm sure all at Derby City Council, our deepest condolences to the family and friends of Gavin Tomlinson and Rob Taylor, two fire chiefs of Derby Fire and Rescue Service who died within 2 weeks of each other. The headquarters at Ripley have been deeply affected by the loss of two well-liked and respected fire chiefs so close together. I was there last Wednesday, the day after Rob died, and the outpouring of grief was palpable. I found them both to be friendly, approachable men whose desire to do the best for Derby and Derbyshire's residents and all the firefighters under their command was evident at every meeting. It is a tragedy that Derby and Derbyshire has lost two very committed men so close together. May they rest in peace.
Thank you, Councillor Falk. Councillor Bolton.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you for your opening remarks about former Councillor Ashok Kalia. Yes, I worked with Ashok on many occasions as a cabinet member together, and also he and Santosh were my deputy mayor when I was the Mayor of Derby for the millennium. Ash served as a city councillor for 16 years for the then Babington ward. Since then, obviously, our wards have been reorganised and renamed. Ash lived in Sunnyhill in the Blaegreaves ward during his period on the council with his 3 children. He was, in fact, the first cabinet member for the environment under the leadership of Robert Jones when we changed our system of committees to cabinet roles. Whilst undertaking the cabinet member post for the environment, Ash spearheaded the modern recycling initiatives and was involved quite heavily in the modification of our waste materials, hence our brown bin, our blue bin and our black bin, because we had to meet strict government targets. He had his own printing business actually on Pear Tree Road, in a shop at the end there, where he would say to me, you know, he went into work that morning, but having his shop in the middle of the ward he represented turned out to be an unexpected surgery morning. He was on the job, so to speak, all the time. And he was the then chair of the area panel 3, they're now neighbourhood boards and forums, but he did chair the relevant area panel, which was then the Litchurch ward, Pear Tree ward, and obviously Babington. And as I referred to earlier, Mr Mayor, Santosh and Ash became my deputy mayor and mayoress in May 1999 to May 2000, and then obviously followed on to be the mayor and mayoress of the city the following year. Ash was committed, as was Santosh, in helping those living in poverty, and carried out numerous campaigns designed to help people and children, especially in poverty. Between 2000 and 2004, he spearheaded a campaign to recycle computers. And in fact, I think the total was 700 all in all during that period. And they were sent over to his native Indian state of the Punjab so that they could have them installed in the schools there to benefit the children and avoid poverty through education. And furthermore, Mr. Mayor, Santosh was committed to collect clothes to donate after the Indian Ocean earthquake and the tsunami there. From my involvement with Ash as a cabinet member and working with him under the mayoralty, he was kind and caring and would help anybody if he could. One of his passions away from politics, and we all need distractions from politics occasionally, Ash used to judge the local restaurant's curry competition, which he took great honour in explaining to us the best restaurants to go to in Derby. Unfortunately, we don't do that anymore. But nevertheless, perhaps the competition could be resurrected, Mr. Mayor. And he also made excellent curries himself. But I'm sure on behalf of all the council this evening, we send our condolences to his 3 children and thank them for the work that his father and mother did for this city throughout his time on the council, and especially as Mayor of Derby. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Peatfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pay my respects to Gavin Tomlinson and Rob Taylor, both of whom I worked with when I was on the Fire Authority for 3 years. Both of them, I mean, Gavin set the absolute example of what a fire chief should be. He was passionate about the fire service. He was caring about his team and all of the firefighters. He was a responsible leader, but above all, he was humane. And when Gavin stood down due to ill health, and we were all very concerned about him at the time, and Rob stepped up from being his deputy into being the fire chief, you could certainly see that, you know, he learnt from the best, because Rob too took on all of those qualities and more. And I particularly am grateful to Rob, who championed me when I was on the Fire Authority, because I constantly raised concerns about the effects of the cost of living potentially on people's households, and whether people were actually cutting back on fire safety, whether it be fire alarms or lighting candles instead of using heat. And while the fire service at that point did not dig down that deep into the causes for fires, he really championed the undertone of those deeper political effects that could be happening. And so that just demonstrates the level of humanity that both of them held. And the last time that I saw Gavin, he had already retired, and it was actually at Derby County Football Club on the day that the club was promoted from League One. So I'm glad that the last time I saw him, it was on a happy and joyous and an ecstatic moment, and I shall always remember Gavin that way. And they hold my greatest respect. All of my heart goes out to both of their families. To lose them at such a young age is absolutely tragic, but it does go to show that our firefighters are so valued, but ultimately they do pay the ultimate sacrifice for their job way too early and way before their time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Peatfield. Any more speakers? I'm sure this chamber, along with myself and everybody in Derby City Council, would like to take this opportunity in sending our condolences to all the families involved at this very, very sad time for Rob, Gavin, and to our former Mayor, Mr. Keller. So please, could you all stand for a minute's silence? Thank you. Item 5, statements by members of the Council Cabinet. We now move to statements from members of the Council Cabinet. We have been notified that Councillor Hesselgrave wishes to speak on corporate parenting and care experience, and that Councillor Onua wishes to make a statement on street parks and leisure. As a reminder, folks, statements are not limited in time, and opposition spokespeople will have opportunity to respond, however, it not be open to debate from the floor. So, Councillor Hesselgrave, will you first?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, fellow councillors and corporate parents, those of us who were present at full council last September will recall council unanimously resolving at that meeting that this council will treat care experience as if it were a protected characteristic. I remind you that I brought the original motion, seconded by Councillor Mulhall, as our children looked after by us as corporate parents, and our care leavers gave us a clear message that they would dearly like to have this status conferred. In order to demonstrate that we acted unanimously as one body in resolving this, I call for a recorded vote, so all our names, irrespective of affiliation by group, were attached as signatories in the minutes. Clearly and rightly, our statutory duty as corporate parents transcends our various political allegiances. Almost a year to the day since that resolution, it is timely for me to update Council on the steps taken by various directorates to greatly improve our offer to those in our care or who have left it. Council has taken now steps in providing council tax exemption for all our care experienced young people, offering training and employment opportunities via the Derby Promise, or Employment and Skills Hub, using social value policy to offer opportunities to care experienced young people via the Employment and Skills team. Having a child-focused and up-to-date statutory local offer for our care experienced young people, and completing a multi-department and partner corporate offer to care experienced young people outlined in our recently refreshed corporate parenting strategy. We have also, as a council, ensured our care experienced young people are not financially disadvantaged by using the local authority poverty strategy to direct access to the Household Support Fund. Ensuring our care experienced young people sign up to the Connect website and ensure that they can access all offers. At a recent Cabinet members meeting, I was asked to approve Derby City Council's adoption of the National Care Leaver Covenant. I was, of course, so minded on your behalf. The Care Leaver Covenant was established in 2018 as part of the government's Keep On Caring policy, aimed at supporting young people leaving care. Organisations across the private, public and voluntary sectors joined the network by making offers to support care leavers aged 16 to 25, helping them to take their next steps. The Care Leaver Covenant work with more than 500 organisations across the country to connect care leavers with exclusive opportunities in education, work, well-being, money and their home. 10,000 young people leave the care system every year. Local authorities support care leavers up to the age of 25, but this community needs wider society to play its part, as they do not have access to the resources and networks from which many other young people benefit. Offers might include one-to-one mentoring, work experience placements, internships, apprenticeships and jobs, access to sport, leisure and cultural activities, discounted retail offers and financial guidance. Going forward, the Council will use logos on official Council documents to demonstrate sign-up to the Covenant. Joining the Covenant is cost-free, by the way. We are continuing to have a dialogue with our care leavers and those in our care through a recent Let's Talk Derby survey on protected characteristics statement for care experienced people and we are committed to respond favourably if other policy and practice by the Council needs modification in the light of the survey's findings. I warmly thank, on our behalf, our outstanding team of officers who have been so agile in responding to our resolution, carried out against a background of the ILAC's inspection of children's social care and Her Majesty's Inspector of Probation of Derby Youth Justice Service, both of which placed considerable demands on them. Both areas of the service were judged to be outstanding in all areas, and the YJS was particularly praised for its work with victims. I do think, councillors, that is worthy of a round of applause. Finally, I took great personal pleasure at the same full council meeting last year in resolving to enhance the role of the council's armed forces champion and review the City Council's Armed Forces Covenant to ensure it is fit for purpose. This potentially is not unconnected with our care experience resolution, as it is very likely that some ex-servicemen and women joined our armed forces after leaving care. I would hope that this could be taken into account during any review of the Armed Forces Covenant. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So, any more speakers on this? Councillor, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, fellow councillors, I am pleased to present this update on street pride, parks and leisure. Firstly, I want to thank the frontline teams who work tirelessly to keep our city maintained. When I walk around the city centre, I see a place that is well kept and clean. The cleansing teams are out from 4 a.m. to ensure litter and debris is cleaned before people come to Derby to work and shop. There are some areas of the city where there have been issues, and I have committed to making improvements. The Bins on Streets pilot has demonstrated some clear, measurable improvements, which I'm happy to share. This includes a shift from 66% to an average of 89% compliance as a result of the pilot which was rolled out in certain streets in 3 wards. Silver Hill Road is a standout success, jumping from just 40% compliance to 81%. Overall, we have issued 23 fixed penalty notices, proving that our education-first approach has been effective. We'll be taking lessons from these pilots with the intention to expand the scheme to other wards while maintaining enforcement where it's already active. I've already met with Councillor Kurz to discuss potential rollout in his ward. Fly tipping is a challenge that all councils have to deal with, and in Derby, I am aware that there are areas of the city that suffer more with fly tipping. The latest figures for Q1 of 2025-26 show a 15% reduction compared to the same quarter last year. This is a step in the right direction, but we must acknowledge that fly tipping remains stubbornly common in Locality 3. Clearing waste is one thing, preventing it from being dumped is the greater challenge. And on this, I must say, it is everyone's responsibility to ensure that they not just take pride in their area, but they maintain it for the good of all. To address this, our new waste outreach officers will lead targeted data-driven prevention campaigns in the worst affected streets. Alongside this, the neighborhood team is working with Keep Britain Tidy, who will carry out community engagements in Locality 3 this autumn. On this administration's manifesto commitment to enhance inner city cleansing, I am pleased to report a clear impact. Requests for reactive litter removal have fallen by 32% between April and July this year, compared to 2023. In the city centre, some newer areas remain challenging to maintain, particularly in terms of sweeping. We are responding with investment in modern zero-emission equipment. A green machine-electric push-along sweeper has been ordered and is expected to arrive in November, helping to keep our city centre clean and vibrant. We are really lucky in Derby to have lots of green spaces and fantastic parks for our residents to enjoy. Our Parks and Green Spaces team continue to deliver excellent work across the city. We have achieved 6 Green Flag Awards and an additional 7 community green flags. The Alice Street Wilding project continues to gain momentum, increasing community participation, and positioning the site as a national exemplar of urban rewilding. Over 2,000 trees have been planted, with more planned. A service restructure has created a more focused and integrated team, bringing together parks, green space development, ground maintenance, and arboriculture. Grass cutting frequency has improved significantly, moving from a 10-weekly round to a 6-weekly round, supported by an injection of £200,000 in the service, as well as favorable weather. And I think, Mr. Mayor, we can all agree that we've not had any waist-deep pictures in the grasses this year, and this goes to show that the team has been doing well. This means residents across the city are now seeing our teams in their local parks and green spaces more frequently, helping to improve the appearance, usability, and safety of our outdoor areas. It also allows us to respond more flexibly to seasonal growth and public feedback, ensuring our spaces remain well-maintained and welcoming throughout the year. Grass cutting frequency has improved significantly. Sorry, I've said that. We have delivered play area developments at Alveston Park, Arboretum Park, Bamboo Brook Recreation Ground, and Bronzewood Park. The marketing padding pool opened and remained in operation for the full summer season. Accessibility improvements have been delivered through footpath upgrades in Alistry, Alveston, Chaddesden, Gravel Pit Lane, and South Avenue. Litter bin collection performance has improved thanks to new technology that monitors bin fill levels, helping us optimize placement, access, and collection runs. We have also delivered the living column project in the city centre, showcasing green innovation. However, Mr. Mayor, challenges do remain. The pressure on our resources make it difficult to keep pace with basic and large-scale asset maintenance, such as at Darley Fields, marketing padding pool surfacing, and Monday Play area, which we saw in recent times. Recruitment and retention of operational staff, particularly gardeners, continues to be a concern. Although recent changes to our recruitment approach have helped fill vacancies, retentions will now be a key focus. The growing number of parks assets we are responsible for also brings ongoing maintenance pressures, especially as new developments come on stream. On food waste, we are making strong progress towards the launch next year of our food waste collection service. Dedicated work groups are in place, and they focus on recruitment and training, caddy storage and delivery, vehicle procurement and in-cab technology, route planning, health and safety, communications, and marketing. Recruitment into the new structure has begun, with a waste collection service manager now in post. Our waste and recycling engagement teams have been highly active this summer, attending over 10 community events and schools to lay the groundwork for public engagement. We have had some operational challenges recently that have been recognized publicly as a result of some missed collections, and for that I must sincerely apologize. Leadership in the depot have been working really hard to solve some of these challenges. I'm really pleased to be sharing with the Chamber that after a successful recruitment campaign, we have a tranche of new colleagues joining the Council who want to help us keep the city clean and the waste managed. This shows that people want to work with us in Derby. We have even managed to recruit a HGV technician, which is no mean feat in these times. Waste management will continue to review rounds and work methods to continually improve and be as efficient as possible. In conclusion, Mr. Mayor, while we continue to face operational challenges, particularly around staffing, access, and access management, we are making substantial progress across all service areas. We have cleaner streets, reinvigorated parks and rewilding spaces, modernized fleet operations, strong momentum on food waste rollout. Our focus remains on delivering a cleaner, greener, and more responsive public services for the people of Derby. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I welcome the Cabinet Member's lengthy statement on his portfolio. I and my fellow councillors of the Conservative Group also appreciate the work that the frontline operatives carry out in all weathers. Bins on streets in the pilot area seems to be a success, and I do hope this will continue once it's expanded to Alveston Ward and then hopefully to all wards in the city where it is a problem. Please keep us informed of the progress, if you could. We are looking in Chaddesden to have numerous green spaces, with Chaddesden Park being our jewel in the crown, with special mentions to our fantastic volunteers, one of which recently received a Mayor's Civic Award for her work over the last 20 years. And it's so nice to hear that a cabinet member is enthusiastic about the rewilding of Valley Park. It's a pity the cabinet member wasn't in the chamber a few years ago when I initially brought the scheme to fruition. It used to be a golf course, you know. Thank you for listening to our residents' concerns about grass cutting, and you have put that as a forefront in the grounds maintenance team. A few strimmers would come in handy though. I'll discuss that with you after this, okay? However, I'm slightly concerned that large-scale asset maintenance, especially Mark Eaton Paddling Pool and Monday Play Centre, are still cropping up, and would like to know at some point what those issues are. Recruitment in the waste services team, especially the use of agency workers, is letting down the frontline operators already mentioned. Bin collections are very precious to our residents, and even though there are some occasions when streets aren't accessible, some weeks there have been a great number of collections missed. My only worry with this is when we start with the food waste collections, are there enough plans in place to carry out these collections in line with black, brown and blue collection? Would the cabinet member be able, along with the officers involved, to put together a Teams meeting close to the time when food service collection comes into operation to brief all members? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Any more speakers? Okay. Item 6, questions from members of the public. We will now hear questions from members of the public to cabinet members. We've received 7 in total. When asking your supplementary question, please turn on your microphone and speak clearly. Please note your supplementary question must be related to the written response you have received. Please be succinct when asking your question. Remember that statements are not permitted. So, over to you, Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll take each of the public questions in turn. First in the booklet is Mr. Alan Blurton. I believe Mr. Blurton is here this evening. So, Mr. Blurton, if you would like to ask your supplementary question to Councillor Chambers, please.
Mr. Mayor, can I say I don't think my question has been fully answered. It's not detailed enough. I think there could be more clearer stats. I have previously asked these questions before to my councillors, but I have had no response. That's why I'm here tonight. I've also spoken to my MP, and I've been assured that I will get to see the process from illegal immigrants being met in the Channel by the UK Border Force to arriving at a HMO or hotel in Derby. What I would like to ask is, what process have the illegal immigrants gone through, and what are they entitled to while seeking asylum in Derby? To get the figures that have been presented tonight, there must be a process, and in turn, that process must be governed. And just a thought, should this chamber know what that process is? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Blurton. Yes, there is. I find it really difficult actually not to look at the person. Sorry. There is a process. Funnily enough, I actually visited the Asylum hotels last week, and I asked questions that I'm asked on a daily basis, and the narratives that are put out there. I've got a lot of answers for you. If you'd like to leave your email address or your phone number, I'm more than happy to meet you. We can go through the process fully, and I can give you answers to all the questions that you may have.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, the next question is from Jacob Marshall to Councillor Peatfield. I believe Mr. Marshall is here in the council chamber. If you'd like to ask your question to Councillor Peatfield, please.
My question is simple. Does the leader now accept that residents' concerns about safety in the city were valid all along and that her earlier reassurances were misplaced?
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. I absolutely accept that people's concerns about safety are valid, and I've never disputed that. What I've always said is that there is no difference to our city to other cities in terms of levels of crime. If anything, there is a lower level of crime in Derby. But that does not affect the perception and the feeling, and I completely, utterly understand that. And there are incidents across our city, as we've all witnessed. So yes, I do take those concerns, I do consider them valid, and I do act on them every day. We, together as a cabinet, have ensured with the police that there is a visible presence on St Peter's Cross every day. There is a strategic plan being finalised, which has just been approved by Cabinet. And we work really, really closely with the Police and Crime Commissioner and with the police. There are various different programmes coming up on a constant renewal. Programmes like OpScepter, which tackles knife issues with young people. And we're constantly collaborating and communicating. So I know that we're being proactive on addressing your concerns. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, the next question is question C. That's from Amy Reeves to Councillor Chambers. I don't believe Ms Reeves is in the chamber this evening, so we'll move directly to question D, which is from Mr Adrian Perry to Councillor Kozlowski. Mr Perry, would you like to ask your question, please?
Thank you. Thank you for the reply, but I do think it omits one area of council investments. And I want to ask, will this council follow the example of the 16 UK councils who have already committed and commit to do all it can to bring about the divestment from the Derbyshire Pension Fund, of which it is a member, of all companies profiting from Israel's illegal occupation of Palestine and the ongoing genocide in Gaza? I remind you that the value of those investments is £37.5 million.
Thank you, Mr Perry. And if you'd allow me some time to consider your supplementary question and discuss it with colleagues, I'd like to come back to you at a later date. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, the next question is question E, and that is from Mr Kamal Bowler to Councillor Chambers. Mr Bowler, would you like to ask your question, please?
Thank you. It's really positive to hear that such a high amount of cash has been taken up, alleviating pensioners from poverty in our city. I do note, however, that some households are yet to claim the pension credit that they are eligible for. I'd be grateful if Councillor Chambers could kindly inform us how she plans to put more money in even more pensioners' pockets in Derby. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Bowler. Yes, the campaign we did last year was really successful. We are changing our focus this year to the people that aren't claiming pension credit, as obviously everyone automatically gets the winter fuel allowance now under 35k. We've got lots of similar pop-up events planned, which will be finalised tomorrow. The dates will then go out all across the city. I think Alistair actually have already booked theirs already. But there'll be similar events to last year, a holistic view where we can get people to have, go through with people what benefits they're potentially entitled to, and it won't just be specified to pensioners, because as we know, we've got 78 million now. Yes, still to come into the city that people aren't claiming. So we will be doing various different events for that. Okay, thank you.
The next question is from Ms Hannah Sadula to Councillor Onwaha. I don't believe Ms Sadula is here this evening, so we'll move to question G, which is again from Mr Jacob Marshall to Councillor Onwaha. Mr Marshall, please.
Given that Waterford Drive Park in Cheddar East has seen declining fixes by the department and there is no commitment to replace the lighting in Oakwood Park before winter sets in, will the Cabinet member commit to equal investment in all parks in all wards, regardless of political representation?
Thank you, Jacob. I can assure you that investment in parks are dependent on needs assessments conducted by officers who, as you will know, have no political affiliation. So as the needs have been assessed, those investments will be made. And if you look at my question, I did my answer, or rather, I'm happy to provide you with not just investments that have been made so far, but also planned investments, and you will see that, interestingly, more wards with other political representation have been represented, and it will continue to be so.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, item 7, questions related to Derbyshire Fire Authority of Derby Homes. None have been received. Item 8, questions from non-council cabinet members. We now have to move to questions from non-council cabinet members. 22 have been received on this occasion. So again, Alex, over to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The first question is question H from Councillor Truella to Councillor Swan.
Thank you. Thank you for your response, Councillor Swan. In Oakwood Ward, we have a SID that thanks you for speeding and a SID that doesn't work, both of which we can't get replaced, and there's nothing coordinated and efficient about that. On top of this, we can't get a new SID for Wood Road because we keep being told we have to wait. We asked Highways, when we asked Highways for a copy of the planned annual deployment schedule that the Cabinet member referenced, we received nothing. We want to part fund or even fund these SIDs, and our residents want them. But the council keeps telling us no. When can we have our SIDs?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I mean, this was a policy developed in 2021. So unless there's a change of policy, that will obviously help us have a change of direction. So that is something that we would have to look at logistically and holistically. But I'm happy to go away and ask for a policy review.
The next question is from Councillor Potter to Councillor Peatfield. Councillor Potter, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer, Councillor Peatfield. Could I just ask the following? With the first of a series of incidents, serious incidents, taking place in mid-June, why has it taken so long to organise an initiative in November, which is 5 months after the initial serious incidents? I'm also of the opinion the initiative is running for 3 weeks and not 6 days, as per your answer.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. I kind of need to throw the question back at you. Aren't you on the police and crime panel? No, that you're not able to answer because it's my turn. But I will just ask that because ultimately that question needs to be asked of the police. So I suggest that you go back to the police and crime panel and ask why. Because there are many, many reasons why something like this takes so long.
Point of order, please, Mr Mayor.
Including the purchase of such bins, strategically deciding the locations, etc. But ultimately,
Councillor Peatfield, just 1 second. Point of order has been raised. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I am not on the crime panel. I am a deputy member on the crime panel, so I don't get to visit every crime panel, but I am visiting, I am deputising next week, and I will be asking a series of questions about this.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Peatfield, do you want to carry on? Or are you okay? Okay, thank you. Next question is from Councillor Wright to Councillor Peatfield.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Peatfield, for the response. We were told that local government reorganisation would cut costs. Indeed, this was one of the main benefits of the proposal. However, the latest District Council's network analysis reveals that large unitary authorities, like that envisaged for Derby, i.e. about 500,000 population, households will pay an average an additional £200 per year, £250 per year in council tax. How are you going to protect our taxpayers from this impact?
Councillor, sorry, beg your pardon.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I think that you've got your district councils and your county councils mixed up a little bit, Councillor Wright. The county council network is claiming that it's not going to make the savings that were predicted. However, they would say that because they want the largest possible councils. You know, they are representing the counties. And as we know, the county council in Derbyshire initially proposed a county-wide unitary, which would have been absolutely unmanageable. Your point about council tax is one of those things that is a financial thing that will come out further down the line. There are many, many different levels of council tax being paid across the country because some have been able to raise them, some have been restricted from raising them over many, many years. So there's going to need to be an equality of council tax. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to go up, by the way. You know, by levelling out all levels, all the surrounding councils, you know, that's not the only option.
Point of order, please, Mr Mayor.
What's the point of order, Councillor Wright?
Yeah, can I just clarify that, Councillor Peatfield? I didn't make a mistake. I refer to the District Council's network, which...
Councillor Wright, please, that's not a point of order.
Pardon?
That's not a point of order.
What should accuse me of providing wrong information?
Next question, Councillor Pandey to Councillor Onua, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Onua. Your answer doesn't really answer the question. It says prohibition is there, but obviously going by the figure, the rise in the number of barbecues at various parks in Derby have been quite significant, and this is the reason why I asked the question. So what's actually is in place to deal with this persistent problem? Parks, PPOs, are they going to do anything to stop this from happening?
Councillor Onua.
Thank you, Councillor Pandey. You asked a question about the rules and regulations that are in place, and the answer was, first of all, to say where people can have barbecues and they can't have them in public places, but also give the option of reporting to the council, how the public can report to the council if they see these barbecues, and then the council officers will take care of that. I suggest you read the answers before you ask a supplementary question.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pearce, your question to Councillor Onua, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor, can you let me know the number of legal files that were progressed to DCC when the recipient did not accept the notice and wished to contest the charge, please?
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. I don't have that number, but I'll be happy to furnish you with them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next question, Councillor Ayre to Councillor Onua, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thank the Cabinet Member. It's not an answer, and I hope there would be some things that could be listed in it, but I will accept that an answer is coming, and I'm grateful for that. We can't see any change that's happened, and residents can't see any change that happened, which is why they asked us to ask this question. So will he confirm that when I do get the report, it will say that something has happened, or at least it will provide timelines for when it will?
Thank you, Councillor Ayre. When you get the report, you will get the facts.
Next question, Councillor Hassel to Councillor Peatfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, I think, Councillor Peatfield, for what is a non-answer of any point I've raised. I will draw your attention to point 1 in the question, which was actually how much did it cost? And I would hope that as part of your brief you do know how much this thing cost without knowing what the expenditure was and if it's made any sort of profit. Can you just confirm that you do know how much the Darley Park weekend cost, or are you lying to the public or just not on top of your brief? Thank you.
Point of order.
Point of order. That's very personal, Mr. Mayor. Accusing me of lying to the public? Can that...
Councillor Peatfield, would you answer the question, please?
Councillor Hassel, there is really... I think that the Mayor has already called for us to be respectful towards each other this evening. Perhaps he should pay more attention. I do not have that figure to hand. I will need officers to provide that for you, and I will ensure that you get that figure.
Thank you, Councillor Peatfield. Councillor Mulhall to Councillor Chambers.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for your thorough answer, Councillor Chambers. Public safety used to sit under Councillor Onowoha, and then it was moved to yourself. So is that an admission that he has failed in the public safety emergency that our city is currently enduring?
Thank you, Councillor Mulhall. No, that's not an admission, actually. Councillor Onowoha has been doing a fabulous job. Councillor Peatfield has been looking at...
Councillor Chambers, just 1 second. Sit down, please. 1 second. Ladies and gents in the gallery, please. We've got a long...
It was him.
Sorry. Hello, come on. We've got a long meeting to go. Let her have her say, and then you can speak to her afterwards, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Councillor Peatfield looked at our portfolios. We've got a lot of big projects coming up. Obviously, I've just done the library project, which is a big project. We've got the Street Pride moving. We've got the new food waste coming in. We've got the new crematorium. So, Councillor Peatfield felt it was a need to balance it out a little bit more for the next however long Councillor Peatfield wants me to do this job for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Matthew Hempster, Councillor Onowoha. Next question.
Thank you for your answer, Councillor Waha. I believe that residents in Mickleover Ward and elsewhere in the city quite rightly judge a council on the delivery of basic services and the reliability of curbside collections as a bellwether on the general health and competency of a council. And clearly there's work to do. You cite recruiting, training, optimising agency cover, enhancing vehicles and route planning. So with that in mind, would you support me in asking the Communities and Public Protection Scrutiny Board to take an in-depth look at the service, discuss what the challenges are and help to make recommendations on how they can be resolved?
Thank you, Councillor Holmes, and thank you for the work you do on the board. I mean, I can assure you that with the scrutiny you provide, I'm able to do my job on my feet, and of course I will support you in asking for more scrutiny because that is what we should be doing as representatives of the public.
Thank you, Councillor Noha. Next question, Councillor Hudson to Councillor Peatfield.
Thank you, Councillor Peatfield, for your answer and also for the link. I was expecting some kind of written way of measuring applicants against the criteria. If this exists, would you please share it with me by email? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Peatfield. Next question, Councillor Kerr to Councillor Khan.
Thank you for the answer. I was wondering whether it's included in the constitutional change included later in this meeting, and if not, why not?
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. As is said in my answer, and I'll also reiterate it again for you, the policy has been drafted and needs to be reviewed by legal services for accuracy before it can be put to me as a cabinet member. When it does, I'll be quite happy to sit down and discuss with you what the amendments are or whatever is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Next question, Councillor Potter to Councillor Onuaha, please.
Thank you for your reply, Councillor. Although I accept it is well before your time as a councillor, it is not the first time that turf wars involving crime gangs in this city have caused fatalities. Are you or your colleagues aware of a report from Derby City Council multi-agency gangs team which outlined various aspects of the gang culture within this city which I still think are relevant today?
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Of course, in a city like Derby with competing interests, especially seeing how we've had years of people struggling to balance how to just cope with the cost of living crisis, people would obviously, sadly, look into some criminal activities which may result in turf wars. Having said that, of course, we are going to continue as a council to do all we can, and in fact, we're in the process of having a community cohesion officer in place who will not just help in gathering information, but also help in putting together, bring communities, different communities around the table to talk out issues rather than fight them out. But of course, with your experience deputizing on the police, it would be nice to have you bring in whatever ideas you have as well, because I'm sure the issues of public protection in Derby are not a Labour or Conservative issue, they are a Derby issue, and it would be nice to work cross purpose.
Thank you, Councillor Noha. Next question is Councillor Wright to Councillor Martin, please.
Yeah, a very comprehensive response, Councillor Martin, so thank you for that. The research I referred to in the question about contaminating vapes with the addictive substance spice is being led by Bath University researcher, and he's offered to analyse any samples from Derby free of charge, because he's got no samples from Derby, if we can get the samples down to the University of Bath. Now, I realise this is a policing matter, because they'll probably be seizing the vapes, illegal vapes, but your influence with the Police and Crime Commissioner and the Chief Constable trying to persuade them to come on board with this research would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright, and indeed, actually, thank you for asking this question. So often in this chamber, the incredible work that our public health team do is not referred to, in fact, and it's so important and so extensive. So I think it is a really important issue that you raised, this point about young people. More and more young people are vaping. More and more young people are accessing illegal vapes, so vapes sold illegally, and a lot of them are contaminated. And some of us will be aware that fairly recently our own public health officers have been working with a researcher at the University of Derby who's been looking at vapes and in terms of how they're contaminated, in terms of heavy metals, and also the volume of nicotine that there is in a vape, which is higher than in a cigarette. So there's a message for everyone in the chamber, actually, including many of us, about the problems with vapes, which do seem an answer. So to answer your question, I will certainly ask if that's possible. I'm also interested in seeing if that university, our more local work, the University of Derby with the researcher there, could be extended into looking at drugs such as spice. So I'll certainly look into that, but I'm quite keen on the local research effort to be expanded in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Next question is from Councillor Pandey to Councillor Swan. Councillor Pandey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Swan. I asked the question on breakdown, and the sad news is that the charges are broken down. They're not even working. And why I asked about the cost? Because they have costed 186,000 to put 3.5 chargers at the car park. And while they are there, they won't get used at all. I really suspect if they will be used in the near future. And if they don't get used, how would council or the provider are going to bear the cost of maintaining these white elephants in the ward of Mackworth in New Zealand? Thank you.
Councillor Swan.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Pandy. I mean, if they've broken down, I do hope that they've been reported, because I've personally not seen any reports of any of these electric charging points breaking down. But let's not forget, this is not only about the financial cost, it is about future-proofing our city and our communities. We need to find ways and places where people can charge their electric vehicles. Being an adopter myself, I can tell you how important they are when you're out and about. Now, it might seem right now that people aren't using them, but we're talking about 2, 3, 4 years' time where the adoption of electric vehicles will grow. And let's not forget, there is a target when there will be no more fossil fuels cars off the line. So we need to do it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swan. Next question is to Councillor Chambers.
Is it to Councillor Chambers or Councillor Onwaha? It says Onwaha in the book.
Councillor Onwaha.
Fabulous. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thank the Cabinet Member for this answer. It's exactly the answer that I wanted to receive, so I'm very grateful for that. But unfortunately, our residents did still miss out in the gap between the funding being provided to the grounds team and the ground being sprayed, which I think was about 2 months. So could I just ask him if you could have a word with the grounds team that when funding is provided by Neighbourhood Board for things like wildflowers, it's bumped a little bit up the priority agenda. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Onwaha.
Always happy to help, Councillor Eyre.
Thank you. Next question is Councillor Torella to Councillor Onwaha, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You might as well say standing mouth that you've got a couple more coming yet.
So Oakwood Ward has only one play area, but despite this year's extra parks funding, our residents are being shortchanged. We requested surfacing of our gym equipment. Instead, the equipment was removed and what's left remains damaged. Over half the play equipment is damaged, much of it taped up, some of it chained and padlocked. The flooring is full of holes and trip hazards. Our pathway lighting has been removed. We sought a meeting with the parks officers, but this did not take place. So, will the Cabinet Member please meet me at Oakwood Park play area to see the disgraceful condition that it's in and prioritise fixing our ward's only play area?
Just name the time, Councillor Truella.
Thank you, Councillor Onwaha. Next question, Councillor Kerr to Councillor Alison Holmes, please.
Thank you, and thank you for the answer. I wasn't aware of Ask for Clive, but not directly relevant to me. But is that included in the police training, do we know?
Councillor Holmes.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Actually, I was also not aware of Ask for Clive, so I'll be doing some work on that to make sure that, the word on that gets out as much as the Ask for Angela scheme.
Thank you, Councillor Holmes. Next question, Councillor Panda to Councillor Onwa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Onwa. Very disingenuous answer from you on this thing. 14,000 wasted. We are setting, in our ward, we are kind of setting record for wasting public funds. You are saying that it was me who supported this idea. I would like to see email, statement, or any other thing where you can attribute this idea to me. If you're referring to the meeting where our esteemed colleague, Councillor Whitby, was there in the meeting, and if he can answer, a lot of residents also looking to get answers from him, that would be great. And coming to the question, you said that there's something going to be done. Could you please be specific on what is going to be done to turn this monstrosity in our ward to become more appeasing and to look a bit more decent? Thank you.
Councillor Onwa.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah. So, Councillor Pandey, I know that before I was a councillor, you and I believe Councillor Whitby and Councillor Pegg agreed that there should be something done to...
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Point of order, Councillor Subsequent.
He's making a statement. Please ask him to substantiate with some sort of statement. Just hearsay is not going to do. Thank you very much.
What was the point of order?
He's saying that I was in a meeting where it was discussed, and again, false 64, yeah? 64. Thank you.
I think that's... Just 1 second, I think that's more of a point of personal explanation. But Councillor Onwa, can you carry on and finish up, please?
Yeah, Councillor Mayor, that point of order sounded like, trust me, bro. There was an agreement amongst the councillors, from what I understand, that because travellers and kids on quad bikes were encroaching on the Knightsbridge play areas, there should be a deterrent. Now, as anyone who's been in government, either local or national, knows, government business sometimes does take time. And having gotten what they believe, as I was made to understand, as a nod, officers took time, and I think about a year later, dug out those trenches. Now, we can argue from now to the moons come home, or the cows come home, however that goes, about...
Just 1 second, moon or the cows?
All right, I think it's cows. But we can argue ad infinitum about whether the agreement was implicit or not. However, what we cannot argue about is that because those trenches are there, in Markworth, we've not had, after the incursion in 2023, we've not had any travellers on that site. Now, we do have, as at present, we do have an incursion on the slip road near Berkinsdale. In this year alone, we've had 26 incursions across different wards. I don't think any councillor here has ever stood up to say, you know what, don't put a deterrent on encroachment onto our public spaces. I would like, of course, and again, Councillor Pandy knows that I took officers to go inspect those trenches to see how we can make them better. Now, some of these conversations can be had as ward councillors, but sometimes someone does need to put on a show. It's not helpful. So let's meet and speak as ward councillors, and I'm sure we can do. I mean, it doesn't make any sense that I'm speaking with councillors from Mikulova, I'm speaking with councillors from Oakwood about how we can improve their areas, and then my fellow ward councillor thinks, you know, he needs to wait 2 or 3 months to come to the council chambers to raise an issue.
Thank you, Councillor. Next question, Councillor Eyre to Councillor Peatfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. People's perceptions of the city centre determine whether they frequent it or not. On a scale from positive 100 to negative 100, the Oakwood Ward residents we surveyed scored the city... Oh, you want to hear safety concerns from our residents? Is that where we are? Scored the city negative 84. They don't just feel unsafe, they feel extremely unsafe. Just 4 residents rank the city above a 5 out of 10. So does she agree?
Councillor Eyre, just 1 second. Do you want to just come to the question, please?
Does she agree that the correct initial response from the leader of a council to safety concerns in their city is not to state that she always feels safe, or to seemingly excuse the problems by stating other areas have issues too, but should first and foremost be to listen to and acknowledge the uncomfortable truth that many Derby residents feel extremely unsafe in their own city centre, and not to shout down a councillor when they bring it up in full council.
Councillor Peterfield.
Dear me, behaviour, councillors, behaviour. In my response, in fact, in your first question, you said, does the Leader of the Council think that Oakwood residents agreed with her view? I mean, it's not a pop quiz at the end of the day. If you have feedback on residents' opinions, I would love to see them, absolutely see them. But here is not the place to read them out in order for you to extend your supplementary question. So please do email me your survey, and I would gladly receive it, and if I'm able to respond to those residents, I will do. I do listen, and I do acknowledge, and I do not make excuses. We all understand the challenges we face. My opinion is what I shared. My opinion is that when I walk through the city, I feel safe. That is my perception. And I absolutely accept, and I've said this time and again, that other people's perception is not the same as mine. I utterly acknowledge that. That is why we are working not only on the things that we can do with the police that ensure that the city is as safe as we purport it to be, but also we are working on that perception. All of the things that we do for this city are about the perception of it. More footfall, more investment, more greenery, more regeneration, more people in the buildings, in the streets, more people spending money. It's all about perception. It's all about presence. And I do take real umbrance at the fact that we get pointed at constantly about this perceived challenge of safety, of crime, of problems in the city, when actually I need to hold up a mirror to the Conservative Party and point out to them that it was cuts to services through your rule in time in government that created this perception in the first place. Cuts to the policing, cuts to council services, which ultimately led to our city feeling less safe than it used to.
Thank you, Councillor Peterfield. Next question, Councillor Kerr to Councillor Swan, please.
Thank you very much for the answer. It gives us lots of reasons why we should be investing and that it's good value. Just say it's a pity we haven't included anything about businesses, which reflects on the economic vitality of our city. If there are figures from the end of the decarbonised project on that for Derby, it'd be useful to see them. Is that going to be possible?
Yes, most certainly, Councillor Kerr. Thank you for the question.
And again, Councillor Kerr to Councillor Swan. No? So it's Councillor to you, sorry, yeah.
Okay,
there is one second. There is a question, Councillor Kerr to Councillor Swan. Thank you.
No, so I don't have a supplementary for questions BB.
Right, last question. This time it's to Councillor Kerr to Councillor Peterfield.
Thank you very much. I'm pleased you've got a vision for it. It doesn't yet feel fit for the 21st century. When would it be appropriate to consider a plan B?
Oh, that's really unfair, Councillor Kerr. We are 4 months into opening, and when we opened, we absolutely acknowledged that, if we waited until that market hall was utterly filled and utterly 100% ready with no snagging issues and behind-the-scenes problems, it would still be closed now. We'd still be waiting for it to open. So it was a matter of chicken and egg. Which comes first? Do you open it and then let people see the potential of it so that they come and they invest in it and they bring their business there? Or do you wait and you hope that then people will come? Now, the traders that were there on opening day 1 took a leap of faith, and we were very grateful to them for doing that. And they showed the potential of what can be in that space. And the potential is absolutely massive, and the team is working so many hours per week, above and beyond their contracted hours, to ensure that there is a programme of events coming forward. There's exciting things happening for Halloween, for Diwali, for Christmas. Today, my daughter attended a jobs fair there. There's been wrestling, there's been Dreamfest, there's been Reggae Fest. There's an Osnabrück beer festival on Saturday. There is so much vibrancy going on. There are at least 8 new stalls being announced very soon. Just the final dots are going on the I's on that. And so people will get what they want. It's a place for everybody. It's a community space. It's all of these things. There's absolutely no space to look at any plan B because we are on plan A and we are on track. So thank you for your support for the Market Hall.
Thank you very much. I think that's the last of the questions, if I'm correct. Okay, moving on to item 9, minute extract 3625 of the Council Cabinet. We will now receive a minute extract from the Council Cabinet related to the approval of the flexible use of capital receipts as a budgetary matter. The minute seeks the approval of the Council for the allocation of £2 million of receipts for transformation purposes. Councillor Kozlowski, as a Cabinet Member with responsibility for finance, will you move the minute, please?
Yes, I'll move the minute.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hasselgrave. Any speakers? Put it to the vote. All in favour? Carried. Thank you. Item 10, minute extract 2325 of the Planning Control Committee. The next item of business is a minute extract from Planning Control Committee. It relates to a constitutional amendment that the committee are recommending, which would align the timescales for member representation to planning applications with the 24-day period afforded to members of the public. Councillor Pearce, will you move the minute, please?
I believe we have some speakers on this, Mr. Mayor, before I move the minutes.
It needs to be moved first.
I'll move the minutes as they are written, yeah.
Okay. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Rawson, thank you. Any speakers? Councillor Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This constitutional amendment is a result of a formal complaint myself that I made, and a fellow councillor also, over what we saw as failings in the planning process that needed to be accepted and addressed. Derby City planning applications validated this week and in the past do not state an explicit consultation deadline. And that is the case if you visit applications on South Derbyshire District Council, for example. So I'm seeking councillors' support to have the formal consultation period for any given Derby City Council planning application published on the planning portal with a clear and specific description along with the date. Therefore, I'd like to seek an addition to item 10 via an amendment, and I'd ask for it to be distributed, please.
Thank you, Councillor Holmes.
Thanks, Jordan.
Sorry.
All right. Cheers.
Okay, Councillor Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quite simple. The amendment is straightforward. I believe it is. And genuinely, the intention is to ensure that there's no ambiguity for planning officers, consultees, applicants, councillors, and of course the public. It's listed, obviously, with the agreement of the Cabinet Member to pursue this. I hope that he will do. I have tried to give him a little bit of heads up on this. I'm not sure if he got my email today, but I didn't want it to be a surprise to him. But I believe that if I can have councillor support, it will benefit us all moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cohen.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Holmes. After you reading your email, which starts off by saying you are offering me the courtesy of getting a heads up on this amendment. Well, bearing in mind that the last time you asked me this question, I afforded you the courtesy of a complete reply, even to the point of asking Paul Clark to contact you directly. See, there's a lot of courtesy about this evening. I'm quite happy to accept your amendment, and no need for further debate, I think.
Yeah, agree.
Have I got any further speakers? Councillor Kerr.
Regarding the amendment, I'm a little concerned about its practicality for implementation. My understanding and the advice that I give to members of the public is that even if the deadline has closed on the website, you can still send an objection in by sending it into the correspondence address for the planning department. And where you have a significant application, then it can take time and people may have views, and more than 3 weeks will have passed and we're nowhere near the deadline for the application to be considered because it's taking time to consider, for officers to process it. And in that sort of situation, I'm not sure if it's clear when the deadline is, because it may be the day before it actually goes to committee. And we don't know at what date it's going to go to committee until it's been scheduled. So I'm concerned that it isn't practical, and except for that, I'm happy with it. But it's the practicality of actually implementing it.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Khan, do you want to just come back for some clarification, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't quite follow what Councillor Kerr is asking. If we don't have any deadlines at all, then no application will be able to come before the planning committee, because we'll forever be waiting for comments or objections to be made. So we have to have a deadline, as in any process that the council undertakes. A deadline must exist for people to make their representations.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Any more speakers?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hudson. Can we move to the vote then, please? All in favour of the amendment? That's carried. Thank you. We need to also take a vote on a substantive minute. All in favour? Councillor Kerr.
Yeah, I'd like to speak on the substantive, please, Mr. Mayor. I have a concern on this one as well in terms of equality. The reason for this coming forward was to bring the date, the period of time for councillors to make an objection in line with the period of time for a member of the public to make an objection. Sorry, for the councillor to be able to request it to go to committee. Now, we know that there can be changes to a planning application during the life of the application, that there may be updates to the plans, for example. Now, the people adjacent to that application site may well be told that a new planning application has come in, there are new plans have come in. Go and look at the new plans, see if you think it's better or worse. Do you want to comment on this? But as members, it doesn't mean that every time some new plans have come in, we get informed about that on our weekly list. So if you imagine, 1st of January, something comes in, we get 24 days, if we approve this, to be able to say this should go to committee or not. But after 2 weeks, 3 weeks, the plans have been discussed with the applicant, and the applicant comes in with a new set of plans. We're not told this, but other people have been told that, the neighbours have been told this, and they may now be concerned about it. But by the time they contact us, it may be too late for us to say this should go to committee. And so I'm concerned that this is not actually bringing equality. It's a step in the right direction, but it doesn't do the whole job. And if we think that this doesn't do the whole job, I presume there's some mechanism by which we could defer this and consider it at our next meeting so that this is being considered in full. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Just one second. Councillor Holmes, you have a right to reply.
Thank you. Councillor
Sorry,
Kerr.
1 second. Did you want to speak, Councillor? Sorry. Just give me a...
Yeah, the
Councillor Khan.
Cabinet member may be better placed than me.
as I said, I'm quite sort of baffled, to be honest with you, Councillor Kerr, bringing this here when this could have been asked at a planning committee and save us all the trouble of trying to go over this again. And as I said, if there were, as Councillor Kerr says, any sort of changes to the application, there would be for either because it's been refused or if it's substantially altered, then the chair who has pre-agenda meetings with the officers will be notified of this and they will send reports to the committee members if it's substantially altered or if it's been refused. Now, I honestly can't see the logic of bringing something like this here when, Councillor Kerr has been on the committee for longer than I have, and I was on it for 21 years. So, she could have asked this at any time.
Thank you, Councillor Conn. Councillor Holmes.
Mr. Mayor, may I speak to clarify? Fair enough. I'll speak to Councillor Kerr afterwards. I think she needs to just understand it a little bit better.
Is there any more speakers? Over to you, Councillor Holmes.
Right, well, okay, thank you. Councillor Kerr, you're getting two things mixed up here. So let me try and just clarify. There has to be a statutory end of the consultation for both councillors to call in to the committee an application and the public to formally submit support or objections, etc. Of course, you mentioned that council officers may use their discretion to receive comments from councillors or members of the public up until the committee. But that isn't part of the statutory consultation in statute, in law. So that's what we needed. That's what we wanted to clarify here, is a specific date that everybody knows that is the statutory end of consultation. And that date will also be the last day that you can, as a councillor, ask for it to go to committee. Past that, you will not be able to do that. So that's what we need to clarify. And there was ambiguity in terms of that date being published and that date generally. And this has resolved that. Thank you.
Thank you for your clarification, Councillor Holmes. Right, can we move to the vote? All those in favour? It's carried. It's carried. Thank you. Item 11, Annual Report of Overview and Scrutiny 2024-25. We now move to the Annual Report of Overview and Scrutiny for 2024-25. The report provides a summary of the activity of the Council's 6 scrutiny boards over the previous municipal year. Councillor Poulter, as the Chair of the Executive Scrutiny Board last year, will you move the recommendation and present the report to Council, please? Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Eyre. Any speakers? Move to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. Item 12, Standards Committee Annual Report 2024-25. Next, we will receive the annual report of the Standards Committee for the preceding year. The report provides an overview of the work of the committee in the consideration of complaints and maintenance of Code of Conduct and Complaints Procedure. Councillor Graves, will you move the recommendation and present the report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to say, it's been a wonderful year, that year. There was quite a lot of interesting things that happened in the Standards Committee. However, I move the recommendations as printed.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Ingle. Move to the vote, please. Any speakers? Anybody else like to come back to Alan Graves or anything, though? Thank you. Move to the vote. Thank you. Item 13, Constitutional Amendments, legislation enforced by housing and regulatory services. We will now receive a report of the Strategic Director for Place relating to the authorisation of the use of duties and powers for the purpose of enforcement activity in housing and regulatory services. The report details the outcome of a review of the Council's scheme of delegations in respect of this area of activity, seeking to ensure that all the necessary powers are appropriately authorised and documented within the Council Constitution. Councillor Shiraz Khan, as a Cabinet Member with responsibility for regulatory services, will you move the recommendation and report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've only got 12 pages to add to this. No, Mr. Mayor, nothing further to add. Move it as printed.
Thank you. I was going to say, if you've got 12 pages, you need to bring it back to the next meeting because you haven't got time today. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Peatfield, thank you. Move to the, any speakers? Move to the vote. Thank you. Item 14. The final report on this agenda this evening is an update on a resolution passed by Council last September 8 to the Armed Forces Covenant. In the years since, a working group has been established to review the extent to which the Council discharges its obligation under the Covenant, the findings of which are detailed in the report. Councillor John Wright, I understand that you have acted as a chair of the working group in support of Councillor Lindsay as the Armed Forces champion. Will you present the report and move the recommendation, please?
Yes, Mr Mayor. Apart from moving the report and supporting the recommendations, I'd like to record my thanks to Councillor Lindsay as Armed Forces champion and all the members of the working group for their commitment and enthusiasm to support our armed services and veterans in the city. It became apparent, although largely unrecognised, there is tremendous support and willingness to help this community from officers of the council and partners. This is typified by the attitude of the working group, which was what additionally can we do above and beyond what we do now. And you'll see many examples of this in the report. I would like to draw particular attention to paragraph 4.6, which asks the Cabinet to consider the establishment of a local Armed Forces Covenant Fund that neighbourhood boards and community organisations could apply to for financial support for projects consistent with the aims and objectives of the Covenant. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Swan, thank you. Is there any more speakers on this? Councillor Swan.
Yeah, I just want to say that it's been a really insightful and I think a productive, that's the word I'm going to use, because often you go to meetings, you don't feel that you're getting anywhere. And I've got to say that the officers have really acted with haste, and I think there's been some really good positive outcomes that we can tick off that list, and I hope that it just goes from strength to strength. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gents. Before we move on to item 15, the motions. Sorry, can we take a vote on this, please? All those in favour? Thank you. Before we move on to item 15, I've just been asked to have a quick 10-minute comfort break, so if we could all have a break for 10 minutes to see you back here at exactly 22:08, please. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gents. Item 1517, we will now consider the 3 notes of motions received ahead of this evening's meeting. Item 15, withdrawal of climate emergency declaration, moved by Councillor Prosser and seconded by Councillor Fogg. Councillor Prosser.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, I do not have time to do this justice, but hopefully we can cover this very broadly. I will cover the thrust of the motion and then Steve will provide a look at how this negatively impacts the council and our residents. This subject is very dark and emotive, but the science is extremely important. Caring for our environment is possibly the most important thing we can do. After all, our very existence relies on it. The declaration of a climate emergency, however, is having a very damaging effect on us all. First, ask anyone what it means. They will instantly jump to CO2. CO2 should be by far the least of our concerns. It is, after all, one of the key gases upon which life depends. Historically, CO2 levels have been multiple times higher and even a little lower. History shows us that higher levels do not automatically equate to a warmer climate, but rather an abundance of life, while lower levels lead to difficulty and stress. It is estimated that humans contribute to about 3.4% of CO2 emissions, or 0.28% of Earth's warming, a figure that is completely immeasurable. The Earth is warming. We are coming out of a mini ice age, and it is this natural cycle driving CO2 increases and environmental changes. It should also be noted that all the CO2 we put in the atmosphere has been there before. Whether it's from plants, oil, gas, or even rock, it's all a cycle. Should the UK become carbon neutral tomorrow, we could not even measure its effect. And should the entire human race magically perform such a miracle, we would still be hard-pressed to detect any benefit. The government plans, therefore, to sequester CO2 underground, to block out our sun, and to drive us into particular technological solutions is unnecessary and counterproductive. I do not believe the targets set are achievable or sensible. The carbon credit system is killing manufacturing and pushing business abroad, making our country seem more environmentally friendly. Shipping manufacturing to other countries is simply pretending that we are better than everyone else, whilst not actually achieving any global impact. There are no good outcomes from this drive. Either we all end up in extreme poverty and without work, or, if the government is successful and the sun is blocked or enough CO2 is removed from the atmosphere, all current government projects worth billions of pounds, then we have famine or death. Who are we to think that we can improve the environment with such projects? So do we have much evidence for man-made climate change and major disruption in my lifetime? The media would have you believe that every storm, every flood, every heat wave is caused by human-induced global warming. A quick Google of Arctic ice, polar bear population, hurricane frequency, tornado activity, heat waves, major weather events and wildfires will confirm that we do not see a measurable human-caused rise in events. Let's widen the picture and look at the crazy things we are doing because of this climate emergency. Every year we import millions of tonnes in lithium batteries, batteries that we are yet to recycle successfully on any scale and that are ending up in landfill. Lithium is a very powerful neurotoxin that kills thousands every year and decimates the planet as we mine it. As we ship it and mix it into our environment, we are setting ourselves up for sickness on an unprecedented scale. Asbestos has nothing on this. The environmental harm to the planet from producing and operating an electric car is far greater than any petrol or even diesel vehicle. It directly threatens our very life and is already killing thousands annually. Add to that battery storage farms and our modern phones and laptops, we have a very serious problem that needs addressing now. This is an environmental emergency. Not only is this a sleeping issue building in our environment, but the toxicity of fumes from a lithium fire are deadly and can quickly kill any local resident or firefighter. Lithium fires are chemical in nature, cannot be extinguished, yet we have few safeguards for our emergency services. Green energy, where do you start? Whether it's solar panels that require huge resources to manufacture and include many noxious substances, or wind farms that are built with thousands of tons of concrete and complex composite materials that bring devastation to our landscapes and wildlife, when all things are considered, neither are good for the environment. We are also told that green energy is cheap energy. Well, after 35 years of subsidy, our electricity prices have never been higher, and we have completely failed to build a system that can deliver. This year so far, the government have spent £650 million of our money turning off wind farms. Yes, we've paid for these to be built, and now we are paying for them to be turned off. Add to that the devastation of our energy infrastructure, the removal of gas storage, and the reliance on power from France and other European nations, and you have a situation of extreme vulnerability where we used to be a nation of resilience and strength, all in the name of the climate emergency. Then there is Drax, a monstrosity of a project so ludicrous that it should make everyone in this nation shout, enough. So far, Drax Power Station has burned over 300 million trees. We cut down often virgin forest in North America, ship it halfway around the world to the UK, burn it, and then congratulate ourselves on being green and sustainable. Yes, this stupidity releases more CO2 than when the power station burnt coal, all locally sourced from the surrounding mines. How blind can we be? Because this operation is extremely expensive, Drax is subsidised to the tune of £600 million a year. £600 million to burn forests, destroy habitat, and achieve nothing. It is, and always has been, a con. Finally, you should know, I've spent considerable time in the construction industry. How is chemical foam insulation a good thing? It gives off harmful gases after manufacture. If burnt, the fumes can kill you very quickly, producing gases used in World War II as chemical weapons and even in the gas chambers. Yet we fill our homes with it like it's something to be proud of. It has a single-use short life, and we cannot recycle or dispose of it. If you were serious about the environment, we would use rock wool or lamb's wool or even build houses out of cob. All completely practical, ethical and environmentally sustainable materials. We have to do better, but we are ignoring the reality by pursuing targets that are focused on the wrong things. The overall and inevitable result of all this emergency rhetoric is extreme poverty, hardship and weakness at the expense of our environment. The climate emergency and its push narrative is therefore self-defeating, often harmful, and delivering the very opposite of what is promised. As a result, we must declare that there is no measurable, man-made climate emergency, and we must withdraw from our commitment to the UK 100 to go further and faster. We must reconsider our goals, our aims and the damage we do on a much more thorough level to restore the life in this city, reduce poverty and, importantly, improve the environment. The path we are on does not bring vibrant life, growth and success, and it must. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prosser. Councillor Ferguson. Ladies and gents together, can I please ask you kindly, look, we're having a debate, please just sit tight. That's no way to go on, please. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How does the climate efficiency emergency affect the council and our residents? By far the biggest effect is the cost of living leading to abject poverty within this city. Energy prices and subsidies mean that the price of everything is way too high and people are really struggling. We are, as a nation, directly through incompetence, mismanagement and even fraud, manufacturing a situation that is really hurting our residents. Energy costs due to useless climate projects like Drax Power Station must be resolved. As for the council, It justifies many projects, starting each one with the famous words, "The council declared a climate emergency." When this is said, you know it's likely to be expensive or unnecessary, and that the money would be better spent elsewhere. The roads and pavements of this city are so bad that cycling and walking is often dangerous, and riding on a bus uncomfortable. But don't worry, due to the climate emergency, we have a very expensive cycle lane on Nottingham Road that was not really wanted and is rarely used, as well as government-funded car charging stations for all those lovely electric cars in Allenton, one of the most deprived areas in the country. The council has run out of council houses due to mass immigration on a negligent scale. But don't worry, because of the climate emergency, every house we build to solve this will be extra warm, extra toasty, costing just 3 times more than it should do. Need a house to rent? Due to the climate emergency, the council is enabling the building of thousands of flats in the city without any car parking facilities, saving you the cost of owning a vehicle. Live on the outskirts and get a job in the city or want to pop into the shops, due to the climate emergency, the council are planning to remove as much parking from the city centre as they can possibly get their hands on. This is great for your health, as you will have to walk or cycle or even use a bus, perfect for socialising and parties. Need a council workman to visit? Because of the climate emergency, many council vehicles are vastly more expensive than they used to be. But they are now very quiet, and your neighbours will not even know they've been there. This all sounds very flippant, and it would be funny if it wasn't so serious. The climate emergency is financially crippling the council in all areas and operations, prioritising climate goals ahead of providing the needs of our residents. With money so short, the council can no longer pretend it is functioning well. This is very much made worse by the climate emergency declaration and the UK 100 commitment. We must do better and focus on real, affordable, sustainable change that works with the people and for the people.
Thank you, Councillor Folk. Do I have any more speakers? Councillor Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The hottest 10 years on record, Mr. Mayor, are also the last 10 years. Not in sequential order, but they are the hottest on record. Records go back 175 years. The motion mentions carbon in the atmosphere rising from a record low. We do have records for carbon going back 800,000 years, and clearly that was a very long ice age, mini ice age. In all that time, 800,000 years, carbon dioxide has not risen above 300 parts per million at any point. It is now 422 parts per million. So yes, Mr. Mayor, the record temperatures and the record levels of carbon are related. I don't think that any of the people who've had their homes and lives destroyed by the wildfires all over the world would describe climate change as hype. I don't think that people who've suffered flooding repeatedly all over the world would describe climate change as hype. The once in a century floods that we're now getting every 3 or 4 years are not hype. Our farmers who've suffered drought in recent months and before that experienced the wettest 18 months on record would not describe climate change as hype. Climate change is not some theoretical concept that may or may not happen in the future. It is happening now. It is a threat now. I would like us, of course, to do more. We certainly can't do less. We can't leave this to our children and our grandchildren to fix. So I appeal to members right across the chamber to vote down this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitby, Member of Parliament. Councillor Onwa. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Councillor Martin, you're next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I think, first of all, I think it's important to state that whatever your views are on climate change, Derby City Council is not guilty of hype on this. Our Cabinet Member for Climate Change, Councillor Swan, doesn't do hype. She quietly gets on with initiative after initiative, initiatives that not only tie in with our climate responsibilities, but also improve our local environment. There seem to be a few misunderstandings in this motion. The goal of decarbonisation is not to remove all CO2 from the atmosphere, but to return it to pre-industrial concentrations of 280 parts per million. Life needs CO2, but massively increased levels of CO2 destroys the habitat of much life on the planet, including human life. Global CO2 concentrations are not at record lows, as already been stated. Atmospheric levels of CO2 are the highest they have been for 2 million years. This is man-made. The changes we have seen from pre-industrial concentrations of greenhouse gases would take millions of years if caused by natural processes. The UK's output of CO2 is not negligible. Our contribution to global carbon output is about 0.8%, significant enough and totally in line with our 0.75% share of the global population. A fundamental point here, I believe, is do we actually believe what the vast majority of our scientists are telling us? Science says there is an immediate, measurable, man-made climate emergency. They say the Earth is heating at an unprecedented rate. For example, as has been stated, and I'm going to repeat it because I think it's worth repeating, the 10 hottest years ever recorded occurred over the last 10 years. Now, I think the essence of science is not fact, but skepticism. Scientific claims are challenged again and again by other scientists, and yet again and again, the consensus is that unchecked climate change will kill life on Earth. Do we believe our scientists or not? Some people are quite selective in this. Chris Wright, the US Energy Secretary, recently turned to science and claimed nuclear fusion energy will be on tap within 5 years. So there's no need to worry about fossil fuels and their CO2 emissions. As it happens, I have direct links with one of our own leading fusion teams, and no one believes that. It will be more like 50 years, by which time unchecked climate change will lead us not to Blake's England, the green and pleasant land we all like to sing about, but to an arid landscape, unrecognisable as that England of ancient time. We all need to do what we can faced with a climate crisis. As with all human responses to crisis and all human endeavour, some actions will be better than others. However, I would refer everyone to our own Director of Public Health's annual report this year, Climate Action, the Benefits for Our Health. Dr. Dewis sets out in a comprehensive way the importance of addressing climate change and the many co-benefits climate action can have for our health. And in this report, she involved many, many young children and young people in the city who all drew pictures and all stated what kind of city they'd like to see in the future, and it was very much a green one. So I say to everybody, let's try to deal with climate change and not deny it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Anwar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It would have been good if this motion from reform was born out of some deep concern rather than what seems to be political opportunism. Now, while reform in Derby has tabled its motion that is based on climate denial and fossil fuel talking, their own national leadership is investing in the renewable technologies they mock in public. Take the case of someone who up until now was supposed to be an up and rising leader in reform, Rupert Lowe, who has installed solar panels on his farm and runs a business developing battery storage systems for renewable energy. But you know what? He's no longer part of reform. Let's look at the deputy leader, Richard Tice. His company, Quidnet Right Limited, has installed solar panels and electric vehicle charging points. So it's quite shocking that while the party's leadership sees it fit to invest in these technologies, to take in profits, they tell their people here to put the citizens of Derby at risk. But it's not just these leaders, it's the Reform Associated think tank directors David Liley and Mark Thompson, who also have stakes in renewable energy. Mr. Mayor, I'm sure we can see the hypocrisy just going through. In Derby and Derbyshire, in the last 10 months, we've had at least 6 significant flood events. Now, to stand and say we are either making a hype as a city or it's something out of a fairy tale is in itself product of fairy tale. But then we also need to look at the money, because it seems that the Reform Group wants to turn Derby City into a lobby group on behalf of people who invest in fossil fuel. So look at the smog. Between 2019 and mid-2024, 92%, according to the smog, between 2019 and 2024, 92% of Reform UK's donations, £2.3 million, came from oil and gas interests. In 2024 alone, the party raised £4.75 million, and the New York Times reported that 40% of that came from donors with financial stakes in fossil fuels or a history of questioning climate science. This chamber, this city should not be turned into a lobby platform for a party who are funded by people who will gain tremendously if we abandon our climate commitments. Over 2.5 million came from low-tax jurisdictions like Monaco, Switzerland, and UAE, while Reform's Treasurer Nick Candy openly admitted that they are cutting oil and gas executives unhappy with UK regulations, including one who has already pledged up to £1 million to the party. Mr. Mayor, it's all about the money.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you. This motion actually starts with some quite nice words. Caring for the environment is one of our most important roles. We can't disagree with that, can we? But if that is what we were trying to do, we wouldn't be denying that climate is changing, and it's changing due to our actions. My background is engineering, and I understand science and evidence matters. The climate changes that are impacting our natural environment, the environment that the Reform are purporting to value. Tuna around the UK's seas is not normal. That is why it makes the headlines on the TV. And that we've got diseases of plants and humans that we never used to have in Britain. We don't want more diseases because it makes more stress for our wildlife, for our environment, for our public health. And we see the weather impacts, which have been mentioned before. And it's hypocrisy to deny that we are having higher numbers of really windy, really rainy, hot weather at different times of the year and unpredictable. It's making it harder for the farmers, it's making it harder for people across the board. It's also true that CO2 is absolutely vital to our climate, and nobody is denying that. But the level of our CO2 is really crucial. It's a really delicate balance. And just that small movement between when I was a child to when we are here now is making a noticeable difference. It's not just here. We are actually quite privileged in the UK. We are not getting the brunt of it. But the countries where it is being more challenging, there's more heat, and more seas are rising, there's lack of water. And we are seeing refugees coming from these countries. Most of them don't get to Britain. Most of them are a burden on countries nearer around. But if we don't address this, places further from the equator are going to be the only places that are habitable. And we must address it. The UK led the damage. We led the Industrial Revolution. It's here that oil, initially coal, and oil and then gas was used and explored and exploited, and that has happened across the globe. So we need to be mindful of that. We need to find and move the way forward. We're supposed to be an innovation city. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we were actually innovating and finding the solutions that everywhere can use across the globe? But meanwhile, we can take actions here. People are buying solar panels. We have got a river turbine. We need more. People are getting air-source heat pumps so that they don't need to burn oil in the house, as the answer to the question earlier today. Compare the costs of that, which is a one-off cost, with the annual cost of buying oil and gas, which is more and more coming from overseas, which unsettles our balance of payments. It means money is flowing out of Derby, out of the country. It also means that we have cleaner air from not burning, which means we can have fewer people suffering from asthma and other respiratory problems. If we insulate our homes, it means that they can be cooler in summer as well as warmer in winter without having to pay out. It helps our cost of living. It is true for businesses as well as it is true for homes. So our business economy is strengthened by investing in renewables. We have a legacy. We will be leaving a legacy for our children and our grandchildren. We want that to be as positive as we can. We need to continue to move forward as rapidly as we can to disconnect our economies from burning and increasing our CO2 in our atmosphere. The least we can do is our best to set Derby and the country on a better track. Let's dismiss this motion. It isn't for us. And move on and continue to do our best.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Lonsdale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to thank all the residents of Derby who's been in contact with me and my colleagues about this motion. You guys make me proud to be a councillor of this city, that you are wonderful. Derby declared a climate emergency several years ago, based on the science that my colleagues have told us about. I remember standing on the council steps with school children who were protesting and saying that they wanted us to take climate change seriously for their futures and our futures. And I still believe that is the right thing, what we have done. The climate emergency is essential to keeping us focused on where we need to go as a council, reducing our carbon emissions so that we can breathe the air, so that when I walk my daughter to school or cycle with her, as I do regularly, I can be sure that she is breathing clean air, not just air that's pumping, not just fumes that are pumping out of car engines as parents sit there idling in their cars. You deny that there is science behind the climate emergency, but the vast majority of scientific bodies in our country and in the world back it. They say that if we don't change the way we are, the way we live, then actually we are facing extinction. We're not bankrupting the country. In fact, we're encouraging investment in our country. The green economy is huge and providing good jobs for the future. As an employment specialist, I encourage my clients at work to be investing in the skills that they need to get involved in that future and to go forward in it. yeah, there's a way to go, but that is a wonderful investment in Derby, and we are doing it here. You know, Rolls-Royce, all of these places are investing in green futures. So we need to go faster. We need to go deeper. We need to keep the climate emergency as part of our focus because it is about responsibility and good leadership, and that's what this council stands for.
Thank you, Councillor Lunsell. Councillor Swan.
Yeah, I just want to say a huge thank you for all the support in the chamber this evening. Look, let's look at this motion. It's a typical reform playbook motion. It's not worth the paper it's absolutely written on. But I don't know about anybody else, but in 2019, Derby declared a climate emergency. I wasn't there, but I've listened to the debates from people on this side of the chamber, Holmes, Smale, Windsor, Peatfield, etc. And what I found absolutely amazing was this huge ambition was like somebody's been to Norway, let's have electric charging points in our communities. It'll be revolutionary. And guess what? 6 years later, we've got them, but we've got some wards who don't want them. Councillor Smale, you spoke about the single use of plastic, a real ambition for the city, an excellent ambition for this city. And guess what? That's happening. Any Derby live events are all single-use plastics. Single-use plastics are used at the football ground. So I hope that you will reflect on the debate and your contribution and vote tonight to throw this ridiculous motion out. But going back to what Councillor Kerr said, you know, caring for the environment, it means acting. The evidence is there. Science and not part truths delivered by reform. So this motion reminds me of the story of the Emperor's New Clothes. Just bear with me a little bit. I do like children's fairy tales. In the story, everyone pretends the Emperor is dressed in magnificent clothes when in fact he is wearing nothing at all. It took the honesty of a child to point out the truth. Tonight, we're being asked to do the same, to pretend there is no man-made climate emergency. But this time, the honesty must come from the adults in this room. Councillor Prosser points to the facts of CO2. It's natural, they sound persuasive, but it's a classic misdirection from reform and their support of fossil fuels. To put it down into basics, it's a little bit like saying salt is great for humans, but a bucket of it will make you feel ill. Okay? We are at that point where society is ill. That's why we're seeing floods, heat waves and health risks, certainly those that we've seen in Derby. And I think one of the most trusted people of our time is Sir David Attenborough, who voiced in 2018, if we don't take action, the collapse of our civilization and the extinction of much of the natural world is on the horizon. Yet this motion dismisses science, not interested. But we can say in Derby, we've seen Storm Babette, we've seen families forced out of their homes, we've seen evacuation and closure of businesses. And as for this summer, we've seen the biggest heat waves ever, with amber alerts issued across the East Midlands, only used when there is an expected increase in health-related risks and the NHS. So instead of putting your energy into building a green economy that creates jobs and protects our children's future, reforms approach and risk dragging us back to the dark ages. Next, it would be putting our children up the chimneys, cleaning soot. The net zero economy is worth £83 million a year, supports 1 million jobs and is growing 3 times faster than the rest of the UK economy. Why wouldn't we want to be in it? This motion has no place for Derby. It's sloppy. It talks about withdrawing from the UK 100, but Derby's not a member, preferring to set our own realistic objectives. This alone shows how little care has gone into this proposal. Write it down.
Thank you, Councillor Swan. Councillor Graves?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can tell you that there'll be no clapping in my council when this sort of topic gets discussed. Anyway, Mr. Mayor, my colleagues are well versed to explain our point of view on this matter, so I would like to take the opportunity to get members to think about a particular scenario. There is a phrase, follow the money. I would ask members to consider this phrase and then decide whether this motion has merit or not. Many governments over the year have made changes to the way of living under the heading of climate change, net zero, and the like. We now have many electric vehicles, for instance, created under this heading that arguably hasn't changed emissions, but merely placed them in a different place in our world, namely power stations. One of the new crazes is solar panels, where applications are being made in a hurry to install them on our green, rural, and agricultural land. This is alongside the huge number of houses required to cope with the mass immigration problem, again taking up our green, rural, and agricultural land. If government was serious about the climate change agenda, then why has no government for 30 years or so legislated to ensure house building included solar panels? Not as a choice, but as a requirement to planning legislation. Is it because new house owners would then get the benefit of lower energy bills, rather than the large net zero type companies wanting to install them on our green, rural, and agricultural land? Councillors, all but the inner city councillors, can see the sheer number of roofs on the outskirts of our city that merely have tiles on them, a space that should have the energy-saving solar panels installed by default. So like I said, follow the money. Who benefits from solar panel farms? Well, it isn't the new house owners, but it is these fake net zero companies whose primary aim is to make a profit rather than save the planet. And our members of parliament have facilitated them. Net zero is stupid, and it is killing our countryside and filling the pockets of opportune climate change companies. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Graves. Councillor Dinser.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I signed up this year to be the climate change champion for our group on the council. I think there are climate change champions in each of our groups, and I think also in Reform.
You sponsored it.
Is it Councillor Foe? Yeah, is he the climate change champion?
So. Yeah, I think so.
Right. I also, as Councillor Swan said, in the past have led this council on climate change, when cross-party at the time, the real present danger of the planet heating up and climate change having a negative impact, not just in the UK and the world, but in Derby, was recognised and was agreed that we need to do something about this. Now, Councillor Prosser is a well-informed person. I personally like his thinking, but on this particular point, he is totally flawed and in denial. He puts figures and facts in terms of CO2.
Councillor Dinser, 1 second. Please, ladies and gents in the gallery, can you let the councillor finish his speech, please? Please, thank you. Councillor Dinser.
Do you stop the clock there?
Come on. I'll give you an extra 20 seconds, how's that?
He's totally in denial, and I think the idea that is a proposal is, you know, seen on the face of it, seems very, very acceptable. You know, CO2 is needed for nature, environment. We all know that, but we also know, as Councillor Whitby indicated, 800,000 years of data tell us that the climate is warming, CO2 emissions are getting to a level which is having an impact. Never mind the impact of the world, here, our city, our river initiative flood defences are as a result of climate change. The fires often, dried up parks and around the good county of Derbyshire have increased manyfold. People have died in and around Derby from flooding. These are real events. We cannot deny them. We cannot make excuses that we don't need to fund this because we are wasting money or we need to spend it on cost of living and other priorities. We have all the priorities to deal with. We are doing more than anybody to try to reverse the inequality and the damage done to our neighbourhoods because of the cost of living impact. But let's not use that and other reasons to say that climate change is not real. It's real. It needs to be tackled. Let's not get diverted by this denial, and let's get on with the job that all of us, I hope in this chamber, want to work on, is to see how we make our communities, our city and our world safe by tackling climate change in a reasonable, effective way.
Thank you, Councillor Dinster. You know what, your extra 20 seconds now? Councillor Hesselgrave.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a misguided and, among other things, a meteorologically illiterate motion. Let me explain. We all know about the tropics. The tropics has very little variation in temperature all year round. We know there are tropical rainforests there because more rain is produced in an area where the concentration of the sun is quite high. It warms up the sea, but also, crucially, it warms up the air. When the air is warmed and expands, it can then absorb more of the water that evaporates from the sea. That rises, what goes up must come down, and we get rainfall. When we get an increase in temperature around the world because of the kind of blanket of carbon dioxide, which doesn't allow the usual amount historically of energy from the sun to be reflected back, that is contained in this blanket, that raises the temperature of the air, which then around the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, far south of the equator, means that more evaporated water is in the air and then it falls as rainfall. That's why, for example, we have so many storms coming over now, much more frequent, coming over across the Atlantic in the northern hemisphere. So that's clearly a result of climate change. A second point, Elon Musk, a great beneficiary of the car industry or electric car industry with his Tesla, he was selected as the person of the year in 2021 by Time magazine after he'd funded a £100 million competition for climate technologies that would remove CO2 from the atmosphere. So he's interested in it, and that's what you call carbon capture. Carbon capture technology is an industry of the future, as Councillor Lonsdale has already highlighted, and I think Councillor Swan mentioned it as well. Part of the way out of poverty is this. My work on skills at EMCA has as a work stream on creating jobs for the future and making the East Midlands the trailblazer in developing well-paid jobs for the future for children and young people, along with adults who retrain, for example, to replace gas central heating by air or gas ground pumps or install them in new houses. Rolls-Royce's SMRs will bring jobs, and locally, in the region, and produce zero carbon energy. West Burton's Centre for the Development of Fusion Reactors over on the coast in the East Midlands is creating jobs of the future and will combat the rise of CO2 in the atmosphere, again a net zero source of energy. That there is not a climate change emergency is a myth. Climate change is happening all around us and needs to be dealt with, not least by reducing CO2 in our atmosphere. This ostrich head in the sound motion needs to be opposed.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I've got two more speakers, Councillor Peatfield, Councillor Evans. Anybody from the Conservative group like to speak on this? Anybody from the Independent group? That'll be the last two speakers. I'm going to put it to the vote. Councillor Peatfield, please.
It's disappointing to see the silence in this side of the room, I have to say. What we have here is a motion that starts off presenting itself as a reasonable debate, but then, of course, you gave your speech, which is riddled with scientific inaccuracies, logical fallacies, and dangerous conspiracy thinking. This motion misrepresents reality, undermines evidence-based policy, and it threatens to reverse the progress we've made, not just for the planet, but for our economy, our health, and our local resilience. So let's look at the core claims of this motion one by one. First, you say CO2 is natural and rising from a low level. Yes, CO2 is necessary for life, but that doesn't make unlimited CO2 emissions safe. Just like water is essential for life, but you know what? Too much of it will drown you. Your second claim that the UK's emissions are negligible, so you're saying, what's the point? That's not only misleading, it's irresponsible. The UK is the 8th largest historical emitter of CO2 in the world. We built our prosperity on fossil fuels, and with that comes responsibility. If we shrug our shoulders, why shouldn't other countries do the same? UK climate leadership matters. It inspires action globally. It creates local jobs in clean industries, and it protects us from future economic shocks. Small countries leading the way is how collective progress happens. Climate change is a global problem, solved only by global cooperation, and we cannot wash our hands of it. Claim number 3, there's no man-made climate emergency, you say. This flies in the face of every serious scientific institution on the planet. You said yourself the science is vitally important, and then you ignored it. The IPCC, involving thousands of scientists, states with high confidence that human activity is unequivocally warming the planet. And the UK Met Office, the Royal Society, the World Health Organization, and even the Ministry of Defence, they all recognise that climate crisis is man-made and urgent. And you also claim that climate action bankrupts us and pollutes the environment. What an oxymoron. It's simply wrong. Investing in clean energy, public transport, insulation, local food systems, it's good economics. It reduces our dependence on volatile fossil fuel markets, volatile, cuts air pollution and creates jobs. The UK's transition to net zero is projected to deliver significant economic benefits, including growth in green sectors worth hundreds of billions globally. As for pollution, fossil fuel production is one of the most destructive forces on the planet. Oil spills, plastic waste, air pollution, all linked to that same old system. Climate action is environmental protection. This motion is not about improving climate policy. It's about dismantling it. It's based not on evidence, but on half-truths and ideological rhetoric. Rejecting this motion is not about political point scoring tonight. It's about standing for science, for facts, and for future generations. The time for climate denial has long passed. So you need to get on the electric bus, Councillor Prosser. It's moving forwards, not backwards.
Thank you, Councillor Peatfield. Councillor Evans. This will be the last speaker of this, Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've heard many speakers tonight quoting science, fact. Just a thought, really. Science is not consensus, and consensus is not science. We wouldn't have had any great breakthroughs if we hadn't have had scientists that went against the consensus in the past. And that's what we're thinking about. I notice a lot of the scientific facts are very selective indeed. For instance, somebody mentioned earlier about fires. which are devastating, they've actually decreased in the Northern Hemisphere since the 1900s. That's fact, and I can back it up. And if you need to know where it's backed up, if you go on inconvenient facts, with an S at the end, dot, let me finish, dot X,
Let him
Y,
finish,
Z.
please, folks. Let him
Every
finish.
single fact on there is scientifically backed up with the data and the sources. Every single one. There's 60 I've got on my app here, and they're all absolutely unrefutable. Not one of them can be disputed at all. I agree with Paul about Rolls-Royce and SMRs. Fantastic. We would certainly support that. We should have introduced them years ago. Small modular reactors would have really worked. And we spoke about the institutions. I'm in an institution. I've been a member of it for 36 years now, and it's been captured. And I've seen the change over those years. That institution is not the institution I joined. And it's a bit like the emperor's new clothes. Everybody's following this new science, this climate emergency science. We've got to understand the climate is changing. We're not deniers. We know it's changing, and we have damaged the planet. We know about the microplastics. We get all that. But to enslave us all because of the thought of carbon and us all got to get out of our motor cars, it's basically enslaving us as a race, and we've got to stop it, and we need to stop it now. And I was sincerely hoping today that Derby City Council would make a stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Prosser, over to you too.
Thank you very much. I'd like to try and address what's been said. And I want to start, though, with a message from Nigel Farage, who has just confirmed that he has no investment in companies in that sector. That is just a message just received right now, and which I totally believe. And I personally also have no investment in that sector.
Can you let him finish, please? Thanks.
And I would like to know how many people in the Labour Party might have interest in that sector. I think that game would go on all year. So let's not go there. Right, Councillor Whitby. My motion here is particularly talking about man-made climate change. I am not denying that the climate is changing, okay? Temperature records. You mentioned temperature records. Up to a third of the temperature records in this country, the temperature monitoring stations no longer exist. The temperature records are manufactured and made up because the temperature monitoring stations have been absorbed by housing and industry. This means that any temperature records, as these stations are encaptured within surrounding buildings, rise and falsely move the figures. The records, therefore, are not reliable, particularly the more recent ones where, as I've said, a third of the temperature records are completely fabricated. CO2 numbers, I'll happily go through that with you later if you're interested, but I do not believe that it's never been above 400. So, Councillor Martin, habitat is always better. I can't read my own writing. It's not unusual. Right, habitat is always better when we add CO2. Obviously, there will be a limit. But that's why we pump CO2 into greenhouses, because it helps everything grow. This does not create famine. This creates a vast wealth and great harvests. The vast majority of scientists you quoted do not think that climate change is man-made on this level. The IPCC, which was mentioned later on by somebody else, is not the vast majority of scientists. That consensus is a lie. Not that, we can go into that later if you're interested. The Earth is currently greening, by the way, and it's been greening rapidly, much to our benefit. It's been helping us all across the globe with harvests. The only part of the Earth not greening at the moment is the Sahara, due to its geographical restrictions. Councillor Onwahu, you were particularly mentioning the politics and our political parties, perhaps compromises. I've addressed that already. I don't want to go there. I do not think it relevant. Well, Richard Tice is a very
please, just address.
Richard Tice is a very mixed man. And like your party, I believe, will have very similar problems. Councillor Kerr, my background is also engineering. and I understand science. Very strange. If we go net zero today, we would not be able to measure the difference. We are not driving the natural cycles of this planet. The planet is greening everywhere. I am also against people, I'm not against people trying interesting technology, particularly in their own houses, but we have to look at the full picture, the global consequences of what we are doing. Councillor Lonsdale, of course, there is climate change. And again, science, we've been there. The tobacco industry of the 1920s told people what the funding wanted it to say. Right now, with the IPCC, that is exactly where we are. The money is in climate science. And you have to produce a report that backs that up, else you don't get paid, okay? And it is absolutely bankrupting our country, and particularly the residents of Allington. Councillor Swan, single-use plastics are abhorrent. Right? I totally agree. We have to do better. It has nothing to do with the climate emergency. Okay? Yeah. Heat waves, floods. Again, the science, quite incredible. We have built, I mean, this also covers Councillor, we can't remember, it doesn't matter. Our land management builds to floods. Our houses create floods. Even our flood defence scheme diverts water. All right? These things all create change, and that's why we're seeing what we're seeing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prosser. Okay, ladies and gents, I'm going to move it to the vote. All those in favour of the motion? All those against? That motion is lost. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gents, please, can I carry on with the meeting? Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, item 16, zero tolerance of abuse and hate in our city. Moved by Councillor Peatfield and seconded by Councillor Chambers. Councillor Peatfield.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me, it's a bit warm in here. So, we're here tonight not just to discuss another item on the Council's agenda, but to make a choice about who we are and who we want to be as a city. The motion before us is clear in its intent and simple in its language. In our city, there is no place for abuse, no room for hate, only space for dignity, fairness, and respect. These are not abstract ideals. They are the foundation stones of a healthy, resilient, and safe community, and they are under pressure. We live in a time when anger is too often the loudest voice in the room, when division is not only tolerated, but at times encouraged, when political and media voices, nationally and even globally, feed on stoking outrage rather than fostering understanding. We see it online, where anonymous abuse is flung without consequence. We hear it in our streets, when individuals are singled out for the way they look, the faith they follow, the identity they embrace. We feel it in our communities when trust begins to fray and suspicion begins to grow. And let us be honest, these are not just problems out there, they are here. They affect our residents, our colleagues, our families, our workplaces, and our very fabric as a city. This is why we cannot be neutral. This is why we must lead. Because silence in the face of hate is never neutral. It is permission. And in a time of rising division, permission for hate is the one thing we cannot afford to give. The motion before us is not about politics, it's about principles. It's about drawing a clear line in the sand, saying that in our council, in our community, in our city, there is no place for harassment, no space for bullying, no tolerance for abuse. Instead, there will be dignity, there will be fairness, there will be respect. And this matters, not just because it protects the vulnerable, but because it strengthens us all. A divided city is a weaker city. A city that tolerates hate is a city that is less safe, less welcoming, and less prosperous. But a city that chooses unity over division, one that actively celebrates diversity, that stands together in moments of challenge, that city is stronger, safer, and more resilient. The question before us is not complicated. It is, in fact, profoundly simple. Who do we want to be? Do we want to be a city where intimidation, harassment, and hate can take root, slowly corroding the bonds of trust and respect between neighbours? Or do we want to be a city that has the courage to reject them, the leadership to condemn them, and the conviction to stand together against them? If we choose the latter, then words alone are not enough. We must act, and that is why this motion sets out practical steps to raise the profile of tackling bullying, harassment and victimisation policy, making clear our zero-tolerance approach within this council. To launch a citywide No Place for Hate campaign, ensuring every resident, every visitor, every employer knows that here discrimination will not be tolerated. To ask the Safer Derby Partnership to prioritise hate crime. To strengthen our contract with Stop Hate UK, supporting victims and making sure that they are never alone. To deepen our partnerships with schools, youth groups, faith communities, businesses and organisations across the city so that dignity and respect are taught, lived and reinforced at every level of community life. And finally, to call upon every institution, every employer, every leader in our city to stand with us in adopting the same zero-tolerance stance and to work together on education and prevention. This is not just a council policy. This is a call to action for an entire city, because culture is not created by policy alone. It's created by people, by how we speak to one another, by how we disagree with one another, by how we treat the most vulnerable amongst us. Councillors, I want you to imagine a city that we could build if we choose to live by these values. A city where children grow up knowing they will be respected for who they are, not judged for what they are not. A city where our workplaces are free from intimidation and bullying. A city where our streets and our public spaces are welcoming and open to all. A city where dignity is not just an aspiration, but an expectation. And that is the city that I hope we are choosing tonight. I want to be clear. Hate will find no home here. Abuse will find no safe harbour here. Division will find no welcome here. Instead, what will flourish is dignity, fairness and respect. What will grow is unity, resilience and strength. And what will be remembered is that at a time when division is easy and hate is loud, that this council chose courage. This council chose unity. Councillors, I urge you to support this motion tonight, not only for the policy it enacts, but for the principle that it declares. Let's show together that in our city there is no place for hate.
Councillor Chambers, do you wish to speak?
Mine's short and sweet, so. Firstly, it's disappointing that we even need to bring a motion of this nature. It's sad that we need... Mr Mayor, I was quiet through everyone else's speeches, so...
Please, let us speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers.
So I'll start again. Firstly, it's disappointing that we even need to bring a motion of this nature. It's sad that we need charities and organisations like Hope Not Hate, Stop Hate UK, Stand Up to Racism, to name just a few. We are witnessing an explosion of hatred and division across the country. Only now it's being cleverly rebanded, wrapped in the language of free speech. It has crept into the mainstream, into our politics, our media, and even into everyday conversations, often unchallenged. Charismatic populists like Trump, Farage, Musk and Tate have been given free rein to spread misinformation, division, misogyny, racism and hate. They promote the worst of human behaviours backed by people with wealth and power who do not care about peace or unity. Sadly, those forces do not stop at our city's borders. They creep into our communities, into our workplaces and into the lives of our residents. Meanwhile, the internet has become a cesspit of unmoderated hatred, fueling division faster than we can react, and created an army of keyboard warriors who rarely receive consequences for their actions. We cannot pretend that hate speech is free speech. One protects liberty, the other destroys it. This motion is a response to that challenge. This motion matters because words matter. But more than that, it is a bold commitment, a commitment to stand up for what is right. Derby, let's set the benchmark, the precedents, the standard, that we will not tolerate abuse, harassment, bullying or hate speech, no matter where it comes from or who it's directed towards. Derby has always celebrated the diverse cultures and nationalities that make up our city, and we cannot allow outside influences to jeopardise our stance on inclusivity. Everyone in this room, regardless of party, has a responsibility to stand up for our communities in Derby. I 100% support this motion and the message it sends out to the residents and communities in our city and our country. In a world where you can be absolutely anything, be kind.
Thank you, Councillor Thames. I thought you said it was going to be a short speech. Councillor Onuaha, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, like some close to you, I suspect, and a few people in this chamber, I am a migrant. I was born in a lovely town called Aba in the southeast of Nigeria, which interestingly resembles in its nature, its love for community, and its respect for one another, Derby. And that was one of the reasons I and my family, when we moved to the UK, chose to make Derby our home. Because we saw in this place those values of compassion and respect. And it's also why one of the reasons I chose to stand as a councillor, because I do believe that as one who has received much kindness from the city and this community, I should also give back. And I can't go much further without paying tribute to the families that welcomed us into Merton Drive when we first moved here, giving my kids the bike, the road, inviting us into their homes. If there's one place in all of Derby that has a special place in my heart, it will be Merton Drive. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Josie. But, Mr. Mayor, in recent times, politics has taken something of a turn for the worse. We have seen language that we would not ordinarily, even in closed spaces, feel free amongst our closest friends to explore, being used online. I've said to a few colleagues that I've stopped reading anything about me on the Telegraph, because I do know that there will be those racist tropes. But they've become normal, and they should not be. And this is what's at the heart of this motion. Do we crucify community cohesion on the altar of political expedience because we feel that perhaps we'll be able to get a few more votes or a few more likes or a few more accolades, then everyone and everything is fair game? It should not be. And I've always said it, and I will continue to maintain, that there are far more decent people in this city, far more decent people even in this council than those who are not. And I know that sometimes we throw words against each other, but I've had the opportunity to also speak to people outside this chamber from different political parties, and I can tell you that there is decency. Perhaps the first time I put a motion forward here, again, politics came to play, and it was shut down. Maybe to show that we can, but this is an opportunity to say, let us put that politics aside. Let us say that this is Derby, in a city where those British values of compassion, of decency, especially for those who can't speak for themselves, are rife. A lot of people, when you go online, people say that this country is a Christian country. And if it is, then let us heed the word that are rife in that Bible. Love your neighbors as yourself. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If we cannot uphold this golden rule, then we have lost any argument. So I would urge everyone to please support this motion, not because it's from a Labour councillor, not because it's from this aisle, but because it is the decent thing to do. To say to those who are coming here to make Derby their home, who are here making Derby their home, who cannot speak for themselves, that in this chamber there are 51 people who will speak for you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Onua. Councillor Dinser.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hate usually thrives at times of social poverty and neglect, and the cost of living crisis has stretched our communities, our families and individuals who are facing challenging times. And in situations like this, from my experience of in the 70s, 80s, some of us who were from the Asian background, who experienced targeted hatred, which started out with low-level verbal, but then it came into physical attacks. And remember those and endure those, and actually have to stand up to tackle and challenge hate in this city, as people did all over the country. And in my experience as a probation professional, and in my experience of 8 years as a police and crime commissioner, hate crime has been an issue which many people suffered in silence. They often said, it can't be, we can't contact the police, or we can't report this because there are more important crimes that are being committed. We know to protect and support our workforce, who increasingly, when they are doing their job, may be personally attacked for certain the service they provide for the city of Derby. That cannot be acceptable. It is not acceptable because people are finding difficulties for whatever reason, then to find somebody to be the other and to target people who are more vulnerable than themselves, or who are maybe strangers to themselves or made strangers to them. We need to reaffirm our united opposition to hatred in all its forms. And verbal comments, whether it's on social media or in person, physical actions, all of them have got to be challenged, and they have to be robustly pushed back. And I think it's important that we support this motion on the basis that it is making sure those who are vulnerable, those who are not able to speak for themselves, those who are feeling that they cannot speak, we speak for them, we give them the confidence to come forward, and I always say report any type of hate crime to the police for it to be investigated. But we have a responsibility for ourselves, for our communities, our constituents, and, as I say, for our own workforce and ourselves as well, because, you know, we can have differences of opinion, but we should not be targeted for that using hatred in any shape or form. So I think this motion is timely to reassert the fact that we are united in nobody being targeted, especially those people who are vulnerable and who cannot speak back. So I support this motion, and I hope the whole chamber is in agreement with me and this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dinster. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Derby may be a smallish city, but it is made up of many individuals and many communities. And just as I welcome that people are all different, each of us as an individual, so are our communities, all different and each unique. And communities don't have hard boundaries, they merge into each other. And there are communities within a geographic field, and there are communities within work, and there are communities within your group of people that you know. And they're all different, and they all have their own ways of looking at things. They all give us influence, and we can be influenced by them as well. We should be able to celebrate those differences and learn from each other and see them as richness in our society. But for some people, that uncertainty, that unknown, can bring a feeling of fear. And one way that, as somebody said earlier, people react to fear is with aggression. And I think that is what we're for some reason seeing. So while this motion feels like motherhood and apple pie, and something that we shouldn't need to be talking about, at the moment, sadly, it is. It's a sort of call for everyone to be nice to each other and to show some leadership in that. And for me, the two most important paragraphs are E and F, where we're talking about community, about education, about working together. And I'd like to add into that people to think about that as individuals, because it is individuals who can stand up and challenge when they hear something that is not right. We can't expect the police who have been referenced to be there at every corner. But there is almost always somebody else listening when somebody says something that is unkind, that is hurtful, and they can gently challenge. And I think we need to feel that people have the courage to be able to challenge those unkind words that their friends, their colleagues, their family might be saying. And let's hope that people have that courage, and that's part of what we're doing in terms of strengthening partnerships with the schools and in calling on public institutions, includes raising the expectations of individuals to be able to stand up and say what is right. It does take courage, and it takes courage to learn. Let's hope people have that courage, and it's something that we can talk about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Prosser.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In our city, there is no place for abuse, no room for hate, only space for dignity, fairness, and respect. What a fantastic sentence. I can't add to that. Without question, a fine statement, even if I do say so. The killing of Charlie Kirk, a very honourable man, demonstrates just how dangerous these things can be. But firstly, Nadine, you run this council. You and your cabinet hold the power to direct this ship in whatever way you see fit. And you have no need to bring motions to this chamber except for rare constitutional matters. While it sounds fantastic, this is without doubt a waste of our time. More importantly, I believe that your entire intent with this motion is nothing more than virtue signalling in an attempt to stifle debate on the following motion. You do not get to redefine hate and respect to suit your political agenda, particularly with your party's recent record. It was the Labour Party that removed the winter fuel allowance from our most vulnerable people. It is the Labour Party that has spent billions on war, but very little resources on making peace. It is the Labour Party that's extended the abortion law in a horrific and unnecessary act. It is the Labour Party pushing through assisted dying, which will kill thousands of people in the most vulnerable state when they should be receiving care. It was your government that oversaw the arrest of the author of Father Ted by 5 armed officers for protecting the rights of women. It is the Labour Party that abuses our court system to lock up thousands of people for nasty tweets and political views, while letting knife crime go unchecked in our capital rape crimes unpunished, and your own councillor Ricky Jones publicly calling for people to be killed. It is your leader that, despite clear security warnings, employed a convicted paedophile and sex trafficker, Jeffrey Epstein's best pal, as ambassador to the United States. It was the Labour Party that argued in court just the other day that the rights of illegal immigrants trumps the rights of British citizens. It was you during the last election that reposted a video by your own councillors that accused every opposition councillor in this city of being racist. And it is your party's definition of hate that gets children referred to prevent on terror concerns because they are simply members of Reform. It is time for fairness, dignity and respect. But you and your party are not the keeper or owner of such virtues, and this motion is a wolf in sheep's clothing that denies the people of this city the fairness and dignity that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foster. Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A thought occurred to me when the opening of this motion. I was reliably informed earlier that originally this motion was the last motion, but it somehow got moved up the pecking order, so it's not heard at the end, it's heard now, and then the next motion will be the last one, which should be the one we're listening to now. So I'd like to think that that's like a subliminal form of soft...
Mr Mayor, could we just clarify that, please? Because I don't believe that to be true. Could we ask Alex just to clarify
Just have a seat,
that?
please, Councillor Evans. Alex.
Okay.
That's incorrect, Councillor Evans. Motions are ordered on the agenda in the order in which they are received and seconded.
Okay. In that case, I take it back what I said, and there's no ulterior motive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Rawson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make some remarks particularly focused on online and social media, which I think is a place where the principles of this motion could be particularly beneficial. I personally feel that a lot of the issues that we face in this country now have emanated online and social media and migrated into real life in terms of how people treat each other online and how that then translates into real life. Years ago, people would let off steam amongst their family and close friends in the living room or down the pub, and comments largely restricted to those within earshot. But when social media came along, people treated it as an extension of a conversation amongst friends, where the consequences were likely to be small. But it's not. When hateful comments are put on social media, it is in fact more akin to putting your thoughts on the front page of a local newspaper, and the impact is therefore hugely magnified. Taken alongside the business model of the social media giants, whose algorithms seek to keep people on the platform as long as possible for the benefit of advertisers, it's done through creating controversy, and that has the effect of creating an echo chamber and driving more extreme opinions without challenge, debate or balance. I think we need to have a conversation nationally concerning the appropriate regulation of social media, where platforms take no responsibility for the content that's posted on them, when in reality they're acting in a position more akin to a publisher. I'm personally committed to free speech, as I'm sure we all are, but we know from our own personal interactions that whilst we have an absolute right to free speech, we're literally able to say what we like by opening our mouths and moving our lips, but when we do this, there are always consequences to what we say. And as a society, we place limits on freedom of speech in order to protect the rights and freedoms of others. Inciting violence is one such limitation, and those doing so will face legal consequences. If we say something hurtful to someone in real life, in person, we're likely to face a consequence of that, whether it's a barbed comment in return or whether it's the loss of a friendship. There's a consequence. But the problem online is that a culture of free speech without any responsibility has grown up, even more so in forums where contributors are allowed to share their opinions anonymously. The lines between opinion and fact become blurred in these echo chambers. And there's therefore a danger that spirited debate crosses the line of civility and goes too far, crossing, unfortunately, into hateful speech and abuse. All these trends have led us to the point where we are today, unfortunately, necessary to bring this motion this evening. As already been said, it shouldn't be necessary to bring a motion such as this to full council, but it is. I strongly support the motion. I hope, despite some of the comments from Reform, that members will take it in the spirit that it's meant. I think it's important to make a stand and to state clearly that this council does not accept hate and abuse towards our officers, members, or our community, and that when this occurs, it will be robustly challenged. If we don't, this is going to lead us down a very dark path. We've been there before in history, and we don't want to go back. So, please, let's stand up for decency and vote for this motion this evening. Thank you.
Before I move on to the next speaker, I've got 7 more speakers after. I've got Councillor Lonsdale, Pandey, Graves, Morgan McGeehan, Councillor John Wright, Councillor N, Councillor Nassel. After that, I shall be putting it to the vote because I'm mindful we've got 1 more motion to complete. So, Councillor Lonsdale, over to you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. Many years ago, my husband and I decided to move to this city because we were drawn here by the diversity and culture and beauty of this city. However, sometimes people here and nationally will post and say hurtful things, harmful things, use harmful language in the discourse that is surrounding everything. You know, it doesn't matter what it is. People will do it surrounding everything. Not just politics, but just day-to-day life. And that is not okay. When I was working in schools for Hope Not Hate some years ago, I used to teach children about harmful language. And I used the UN's Pyramid of Hate as a way of demonstrating how important it is to think about our language before we use it. If you don't know about the Pyramid of Hate, it states that accepting racism, sexism, misogyny, all those things on a national level and not challenging it can lead to prejudice, which leads to discrimination, which leads to violence. Ultimately, if we don't challenge harmful language at the beginning, when it starts, then we end up with awful consequences, and we don't want that. So, this motion is the start of challenging that. We have a responsibility, all of us as public figures, to challenge harmful language as well. But this is us saying, as a council, that we don't accept it as a united body. We don't accept harmful language, and we stand with all the people who are harmed by those words always. Support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pandey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for giving me opportunity to speak on this motion. Well, I love United Kingdom. I came from India, and this is the country that gave me opportunity to become a councillor, an elected representative in this country, a lawmaker. It won't be true vice versa. It would be very difficult for an English white person to become a councillor or a lawmaker in India. So thank you, United Kingdom. About this motion, it talks about, few questions are there. is it going to be a funded campaign? And then a lot of talk has been made about the social media. So what are the solutions proposed about the social media? Is it going to be policed by Derby City Council? How that hate that is being, we call it hate, there are hate from both the sides. In this chamber, the only hate I experienced was from this side of the chamber, when I got token, when the last diversity motion was proposed by Councillor Onuha. That was the only hate I got from this side of the chamber. So when they talk about unity, diversity, hate, this side of the group, they need to quell down their rhetoric about certain things. They need to start listening to people. Calling free speech as a hate speech isn't right thing. You need to start listening to people of the UK. So let's start doing that. And I would also like to quote a few things. On 12th May 2025, a leading politician of this country said, Britain is in the risk of becoming an island of strangers. Maybe Labour Party members, they need to write to that person who said who made that statement, and that's Keir Starmer. So they need to speak to their party people. And also, if you look at the recent happenings, Diane Abbott has been experiencing racist remarks from their own party. So yes, all sounds good about this thing, but they also have a big responsibility. If they want cohesion in the society, tone down your rhetoric. Listen, start listening to people. Maybe we'll get a resignation from Councillor John Whitby then. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pandey. Councillor Graves.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, Mr. Mayor, I would like to question the advice given to Councillor Evans on the basis that I heard something like that. However, in this chamber, during this motion, I actually heard Councillor Chambers state that she revealed in her speech that this motion was brought because of the next motion. If you go back to the recording, you would actually hear that's what she said. Therefore, I'm questioning whether this motion was considered before the next motion. Anyway, that has come from Councillor Chambers' lips, and I will leave you to...
Councillor Chambers. Councillor Chambers.
Okay.
Councillor Graves, just give me a second. Alex?
I think, as a point of clarity, Councillor Graves, Councillor Hassel was quoted in the Telegraph saying that he was bringing a motion to council on this issue. So I think it was well understood that a motion would be brought forward.
That clarifies it. All I'm doing is questioning, because I did hear that. Mr. Mayor, this motion reflects what most of us believe in, and we conduct ourselves in this manner. It is right that there is no place for abuse or hate. However, I don't believe Labour mean it, and certainly the seconder of this motion doesn't abide by it. Let me take you through the years of 2014 to 2018. The leader of the council was a certain Ranjit Banwait. At every full council meeting, he would verbally abuse me, directly. He would pour out his hatred of me in this very room, openly and vociferously. The mayors of the day would allow this to happen, and even the monitoring officer at that time sat back and said nothing. I hasten to add, Mr. Mayor, it wasn't the current monitoring officer. 4 Labour mayors allowed this sort of behaviour to go unchecked. Do you think, Mr. Mayor, that calling someone disgusting and vile in this chamber is acceptable? Well, that is the part of what Ranjit Banwait, Labour leader of the council, in 2016 called me. And there are still many of his colleagues from that year that are sitting in this council chamber today, and none of them, including the Labour mayor, said a word. By not objecting, they automatically condone that type of behaviour. Mr. Mayor, you may recall more recently in May 2023. A great year for the council. It was the year that I became the mayor of and the year when this council began to change the behaviour in this council. I am absolutely astounded by Councillor Sarah Chambers' speech. Unfortunately, on the 24th of May 2023, during my mayor-making ceremony, the seconder of this motion, Councillor Sarah Chambers, decided to tweet hate speech aimed at me becoming the mayor of this city. And she has the audacity to talk about hate speech on social media. A tweet that this council decided to sweep under the carpet, an event that I decided to expose to the wider public. So forgive me, Mr. Mayor, if I take this motion with a pinch of salt. I don't believe them. I don't believe the Labour group understands what zero tolerance of abuse and hate means. I don't think they have it in them to be nice to those who have a different ideological view. I don't think this is an honest motion. It is more akin to a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde scenario. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Graves.
Can I just
I've got another speaker.
Can I just raise a point of information there, because he's misquoted me on record, please? Yeah, because he said that I've said something in my quotes now, in my speech now, which I haven't said on record. So I'd like that acknowledged, please.
It's a point of expression, but you need to briefly explain how and what.
Councillor Graves has said that I've said something in my speech now that alludes to the next motion, which I didn't, which you have clarified, but that's on record, so I want that noting, please.
Okay, noted, thank you. Councillor Morgan McGeehan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As ever, Councillor Graves is a difficult act to follow, but I'll do my best. I want to thank Councillors Peatfield and Chambers for bringing the motion tonight. It might surprise everybody to learn I'm broadly supportive of the motion. I think it's well intended and difficult to argue with. However, I do have one concern, and that is that this might disappear into the archives, never to be seen again. There's some sensible measures in here, and I would hate for them to be forgotten. What I'd like, and I know this isn't a chin wag, we're not in a coffee shop, we can't have a to and fro. What I'd like is a little bit more detail about what the points in section 2, what that really means, and how that's going to be monitored, and will we get reports back to the council? Because, like I say, the worst, you know, in my profession, I see hate a lot, and moderating it is very difficult. It's a real eye-opener. And I would hate to think that somebody is this close to improving the situation, but then it's a miss. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan McGeehan. Councillor John Wright.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too broadly agree with sentiments of this motion, and I think they were eloquently described by Councillor Rawson. However, I do think we need a sense of proportion as well. It was described earlier that we've got, I think, hate crime was rampant, was the quote. If that member of the Cabinet actually went back to last week's Cabinet meeting where you received the performance monitoring for the first quarter of this year, PM03, the number of hate crimes reported, actually fell in the first quarter of this year. And that was, if you look at the narrative, the commentary, it said international and national events and narrative can have an impact on hate crimes we see in this city. So despite these events, the number of hate crimes fell. We heard from two councillors, Councillor Potter and Councillor Mulhall on this side, asking for us to focus on violent crime. And that was accepted, and it was described the extensive plan that is there for violent crime. So that would be my... we heard no evidence in terms of data coming from the motion, but earlier we heard a lot of evidence in terms of the violent crime. We've all seen it. We've all spoken about it. Violent crime across the city. One hate crime is too many. But when we're actually prioritising our resources, I would put it to you that listening to what Councillor Mulhall and Councillor Potter said on violent crime ought to be the priority. And also, quite rightly, this motion talks about respect. And I've heard a lot about respect starts in this chamber. Yeah, I've heard the leader say tonight she was disappointed by the quietness on this side of the room. In my view, respect is the ability not to say something as well as to speak something. And I've had a lot of hubris from the leader of the council without actually listening to what people have said on this side of the house. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief because my two colleagues behind me have summed up pretty much everything I would have wanted to have said. But I just wonder if the leader would be able to clarify in the summing up speech, recommendation 2C, so requesting the Safer Derby Partnership to prioritise hate crime. Are we using the CPS definition of hate crime for that, or are we using another definition? And if another, could it be confirmed which definition it is?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hassel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hate is a very strong word. I don't hate anyone. I'm a fan of robust debate, and I might be accused of the odd barbed comment, but I don't hate anyone. None of my comments come from hate. And while I appreciate this motion, and I'm sure it's come from a good place, I have to say it does a disservice to the vast majority of people who are respectful, who are law-abiding, and are not on the fringes of both left and right. These are the people who, really, this debate is, and this motion is focused at. The few people who, I get abuse. Is it part of the job? Probably. You all probably get abuse, which shouldn't be acceptable. Absolutely not. I've stood here before and said I've been subjected to a death threat, very plainly and very clearly. That's not acceptable. Even to me. You know, some of you might want to do something rather nasty to me sometimes, and I don't blame you. Right?
Your own group, Steve.
Yeah, including these guys behind me. However, it is really a shame that a motion like this does have to come, because I think we're giving a louder voice to those few and not to the many who really know how to conduct themselves, including the people in this chamber. We all have a strong exchange, and I'd expect that. I'd expect nothing less. But we know where the line is. And I think there has been a mention of a bit of hypocrisy in here, and there is. And people need, without, being too pious about these things, have a look at yourself before you speak and act and comment. That's all we need to say. I'm not sure that the motion is really needed, because I think, like I say, it just fuels people who are really irrelevant on the fringes. But I do accept that it has come from the right place and a good place. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillors. Councillor Peatfield, as you're the mover of the motion, do you want to finish up, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm so disappointed that this motion has been made into political points, and unfortunately that speaks volumes about some of the values, and especially when one councillor calls this motion a waste of time. It just beggars belief for me, I'm sorry. And I shouldn't be surprised that many have chosen to deflect from the serious nature of this motion. Councillor Hassel, you say the voices are a minority and the very few, the very quiet, but I can tell you right here, right now, the voices are getting louder and louder, and if you can't hear them, then maybe you are not the target audience. This motion was actually born after Refugee Week, back in June. So this motion has been in my head, and I've shared it way back then, the idea of it, and it's been developed through over months. And the reason for that is because during Refugee Week, when our council posted some promotional materials on its comms to support Refugee Week, the barrage of racism, foul language and abuse was so offensive and so upsetting that our own officers in this council were traumatised. Is that funny? Is that funny? That we all know words can cause damage. People were traumatised by this language. I can't even repeat it in this chamber. It was so disgusting. I can paraphrase some of the dangerous words, the dangerous rhetoric. There was reference to cockroaches coming to this country. Have we heard that somewhere before? Is anybody laughing now? Referring to rough sleepers as scum. Referring to about the white British men or white Christian men who built this country, but the Windrush lot who have turned it all to SHIT. Dreadful, dreadful tropes, referring to people as their kind, that lot, talking about Islamic countries as dirty. I mean, the list goes on, and I just can't repeat it all because it is horrendous. This is where this motion was born and why it's so important. So I'm utterly disappointed that people in this chamber have taken it so with such a pinch of salt and dismissed it. These are not harmless remarks. They are not just words. They are reminders to entire communities that they are being targeted and singled out and dehumanised. And for people on the receiving end, there are daily acts of intimidation. We know hateful words do not stay on the page. Too often, they spill into our streets, into our workplaces, our schools. Words escalate into abuse, harassment, and violence. That's why this motion is important. It is not symbolic. It is not what was the word you used? Virtue signalling. It's a commitment to say that when we see hate, we will not look away. When words are used to intimidate, we will not dismiss them. And when our residents are made to feel unsafe, we will not stay silent, but we will stand up and champion the right words of dignity, fairness, and respect. Because we know, if unchecked, verbal abuse can become physical. Just as powerfully, we will condemn the wrong words, hate speech, abuse, harassment, and bullying. The words of this council matter. What we say and what we choose not to say sends a message to every resident. Tonight, I hoped the message would be clear that there is no place for hate in our city. And you're right, Councillor Prosser, I didn't need to bring this motion, but I hoped I would find unity in our words tonight. We will carry these actions out regardless, and thank you for the support, Councillor. I think, and I'm very disappointed to think that the response here tonight shows many a true colour. I beg you, and I will share privately some of those messages that our own officers have seen, but I beg you tonight to please send a message out to the public, to the city, and let's stand and be the example. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Peatfield. Move to the vote now, please. All those in favour of the motion? All those against? The motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gents, now item 17. I am mindful that we are getting a bit late, so if we can, for the speakers who are speaking, just to be as straightforward and as quick as possible to get through this motion. Moved by Councillor Hassel, seconded by Councillor Wright. Councillor Hassel, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 58% of people in this country now feel that asylum, and more broadly, immigration, is the #1 issue facing our country. That's almost 6 out of every 10 people who have voted for me, you, and everyone sitting here. We should not ignore that voice. It will not go unmissed at the number of flags, the large demonstration in London at the weekend is, from my perspective, an act of frustration from the public that they are not being listened to. And a newsflash, Mr. Mayor. Sometimes governments get things wrong. My government, the last government, failed on the question of asylum.
They did too little, too late. The current government, you may argue one way or another, is compounding that issue. And they're seemingly not acting, particularly in the best interests of people from this country. Derby is the highest populated city in the East Midlands with asylum seekers. Per capita, it is the 7th highest city in the country. That comes at a cost to the UK economy of £108 million a month. Let that number sink in. This motion, Mr. Mayor, is not about colour or race. It is about fairness and safety. No one in this room, I hope, would berate the positive impact that good immigration has on this country and has done for many years. It provides us with vital workforce, a cultural boost, and actually adds to our economy. But what this motion is about people wanting to come to this country illegally, be that on small boats, be that in lorries, be that any way that subverts our laws. It is about those people that I am talking here tonight. We in this city are a welcoming city. The mix of cultures in this room is an example of that. I, myself, could be classed as some sort of foreign immigrant. I'm Welsh with some American in me, but let's not gloat on that too much. However, when we have thousands of people coming here, undocumented, not knowing who they are, not knowing where they're from, not knowing what their motives are, that is a risk to our citizens and a risk to our country. I reiterate, this is the government's problem and of the government's, plural, making. It is rare, Mr. Mayor, that the people in this chamber at this level of government can actually impact on government policy and something that is really of a government level. Several weeks ago, a council in Epping showed a bit of light, showed us the way. And that is a result, I would think, Mr. Mayor, that the general population, the voter, think enough is enough. It's the 6 out of 10, Mr. Mayor, that I am speaking here tonight. To the motion itself, on a very basic level, it's looking at planning law. And do the hotels and other establishments that are housing migrants and asylum seekers, I should say, sorry, are they acting with the planning permission for which they was granted? If not, that needs acting upon. And that's the first part of this motion. It tasks our planning colleagues and other officers to investigate those establishments that are housing asylum seekers. And are they doing so correctly and within our planning law? Because if not, that should be challenged. No one is above reproach in planning law, neither should hotel proprietors, who, unscrupulously, are probably making a fast buck on this. It's easy government money for them, at the expense of the people in this city. Further, we should look to have a proper reporting system that enables to inform both us as elected members and the public to what's happening out there with the asylum population. Are they causing an issue? Is there health and safety implications? Is there planning implications? All that needs pulling together and sending to the government and sending a strong message. Part 4 of this motion is probably one of the most intrinsic. We cannot, should we find that asylum seekers are displaced from hotels or other accommodation, we cannot and should not support them going into our communities, simply out of an act of safety. Simple as that. We need to have a system, a planning system, that helps protect us and our residents. And that's what we should be entrusting and enforcing through our officers to do. This motion, in summary, Mr. Mayor, is a pushback. It speaks, I hope, for the 6 out of 10. It speaks for those people who feel frustrated that politicians are ignoring them, who feel that we're not allowed to use the word asylum or immigration because it's classed as racist or right-wing. It isn't. That shuts the conversation and the debate down. However people use terminology here, we have to be respectful of how people put themselves over. I speak to lots of my residents, and I'm sure all of you do too. And if there's one topic, Mr. Mayor, that comes up time and again, it's the question of asylum. And usually, Mr. Mayor, I can say it is the government's problem. We can do nothing about it. But in this situation, with this motion, we can. We can push back. We can give our officers the backing and the power to push back against bad government policy. The government needs to act, and the government needs to take responsibility here. The pressure on our services locally, we don't have enough money. The 108 million a month, if we're not spending it on this, just think what we could spend it on elsewhere. It's time, Mr. Mayor, for us all here to stand together and make a stand against this. It is a situation, it is out of control. Now, the Epping ruling was subject to a court appeal by some spurious judge, which quite frankly we will see what the outcome of that is in next month. However, we should not be put off by any sort of backroom judiciary process. This is our time. This is our Epping moment. We need to, Mr. Mayor, come together and make a stand on this. I reiterate, it is not about race or colour. It is about safety and fairness. And I ask each and every one of you to think carefully and back this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Wright, do you wish to speak?
Can I reserve my right, please, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Councillor Dinser?
Mr. Mayor, I have an amendment to this motion.
Okay, Councillor Dinson, do you wish to speak on the amendment?
Can I ask the monetary officer to, just for the benefit of the chamber, clarify what the changes are for me?
Councillor Dinser has just asked for clarification on the changes to the motion. The amendment has the my apologies. The amendment deletes the word reaffirmed from the first sentence of the fourth paragraph and adds the word considered in its place. It adds a sentence following the conclusion of the same paragraph that is detailed on the form of amendment. It then removes all 6 parts of the resolution and replaces them with 3 alternative resolutions.
Councillor Dinser.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Hassel, you mentioned 2 words, safety and fairness. And this amendment speaks to those 2 very important words of fairness and safety for all concerned in this matter. So just because a hotel houses asylum seekers does not automatically mean a change of use has occurred needing planning permission. If the council receives a complaint alleging unauthorised planning activity, it has a duty to investigate. It is important to set out at the outset, therefore, that to date, there have been no complaints to prompt a legitimate investigation. And those of you who are on planning committee, more experienced than I am, you know full well that our officers, our head of planning, will respond to any legitimate reasons or complaints or evidence provided. So, as with any complaint, were one to be received, the council will need to understand particular aspects of how the hotel is being run, what is the fact and degree of its use as asylum seekers' accommodation. As part of routine regulatory practice, there will be written challenge of the operator followed by site visits. It may also be appropriate to obtain corroborating evidence of the complaint if it exists from, for example, the complainant. All of the amassed material will then be reviewed to decide on the merits of the complaint, when the key question being to ascertain whether a material change of use has occurred. If the answer to that is no, the matter ends there. If it is yes, it becomes necessary to determine what action, if any, needs to be taken. The resolution could therefore be that no action is warranted, or by inviting a planning application, or by taking enforcement action to stop the use if it is material and unlikely to receive planning permission. While it is correct that regional meetings do take place between officers and the Home Office, the Home Office mandates what information it requires from officers to inform itself on local immigration capacity. That information does not extend to planning or land use data. On the question of housing, as a class of persons, asylum seekers legally have no recourse to public funds, NRPF. The no recourse to public funds status effectively disentitles them from accessing the housing register, a prerequisite to being allocated a home within the council's housing stock. As a class of persons with NRPF, responsibility for housing asylum seekers rests with the Home Office. The council does not have any power to require to private homeowners, HMO owners, or other registered providers of housing not to provide accommodation to persons of any class, including asylum seekers. That would be acting beyond the scope of the Council's statutory powers. Finally, it has never been the practice of the Council, nor would it be appropriate for it to do so when dealing with regulated matters, to provide generic updates to all residents of Derby. That would be inappropriate use of Council resources. It also risks breaching privacy laws, and as the majority of the regulatory matters are specific, person-specific. Elected members, as representatives of the communities and residents within those communities, can be provided with relevant updates on a need-to-know basis. I think the intent of the motion is very honourable, and use fair and safety is important. I believe this amendment strengthens that and makes it clear for what action our officers can take and when they are legally able to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Pross, you wish to speak to the amendment then? Okay. So, can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Khan. Councillor Pross, you first, and Councillor Khan, you after the amendment.
Thank you. As a landlord in multiple parts...
Sorry, Pross, I know you had the other. Councillor Pross, Khan, you're the seconder, so you want to speak next, please. Sorry, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Ware. I wasn't really sorry, Mr. Mayor, I wasn't intending to speak on this, but I feel maybe by saying what I have to say, Councillor Hassel might see the folly of this and agree to the amendment. Mr. Mayor, in 21 years in this chamber, I've seen a lot of things come and go, but this is the first. A former chair of planning, whose current colleague is chair of planning, is bringing a motion based on planning when there are no planning issues here. None have been broken. I can just read a few things to you, Councillor Hassel. This council, and I'm sure you as chair will know, that with every alleged unauthorised planning activity, we have a duty to investigate. Yet for this particular topic that you mentioned, there have been no complaints. So I don't really know what you want officers to investigate. Right. But just to sort of clarify things for you further, as Councillor Dinser said, just because a hotel is housing some asylum seekers does not mean that it's breaking planning laws. If we received a complaint from anybody that's been affected by this, we can ask our officers to investigate and contact the operator, see what the situation is, and base their analysis on that. This is done by a written challenge initially, and then by a site visit. But obviously you know that, because you were the chair of planning for, I think, 2 or 3 years. Indeed, you and I swapped places a couple of times, right? So, and as I said, Councillor Pearce behind you is current chair of that. When the gathering is complete of evidence that's pointed out to us, we need to decide on the merits of what we intend to do then. Not simply bring something as foolish as this into a council chamber when it's a planning law. Sorry, I didn't realise somebody else was talking there. In terms of resolution, this can, be by sort of deciding no action is warranted, inviting a planning application, by taking enforcement action to stop it if it's so bad that it warrants that. Enforcement action, as you know, comes with the prospect of an appeal to the planning committee, where we would have to demonstrate the associated harm with its use. This is despite obviously operating for over 6 years without formal complaint to planning. But if the enforcement notice is upheld, an appeal can still be mounted. Now, what I'm hoping is that by speaking rather than reserving my judgment is that you will realise that this amendment cuts out all the unnecessary and the obvious and the undeliverable parts of this motion, so that you can at least see what we're trying to do is accept the fact that we need to do something, but not just for the sake of bringing it to this council chamber. You could have asked an officer, you could have come and talked to me as how a cabinet member for housing, and I would have sat with you and said, okay, let's go through this, and look at it. But no, you chose, like most things here, that can be done by talking to a cabinet member, by talking to an officer. You don't do that because you want to play to the audience. As silly as it might sound, you don't care because you're hoping that he'll get heard by people on the web, he'll get heard by people on the gallery. Well, unfortunately for you, there's not many in the gallery who actually give a little amount of care about what you're proposing because they know it's a load of rubbish. So I'm hoping that, for old time's sake, as pals on the, planning committee, that you'll see that this amendment takes a long way towards where you want, but without the silliness. So I hope you support the amendment, and let's not waste time on talking this rubbish that you put out here knowingly.
Councillor Prosser.
So, unfortunately, this amendment seems to change a proactive response to a public outcry into a retroactive action based upon complaints. We all know that potentially planning may have been breached. That has probably yet to be settled in court. It is also possible that there is a breach of the law. As a landlord, it is illegal for me to have in my property anybody who doesn't have leave to remain in this country. That's quite a serious thing as a landlord if you breached it. The government, through putting asylum seekers in the hundreds of properties in this city, have potentially breached that in every of those cases, and planning. And I believe they've breached planning because the people in these properties are not free to leave, they are not free to move, they are not free to work. These are not regular households. These are institutions in their hundreds in this city. And I believe that potentially there is a breach of planning in every property in this city that is used for this purpose, and something that we have to do. So, unfortunately, this amendment, for me, bypasses the whole point of Steve's motion and is not helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Prosser. Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Respecting the chamber, that lasted a long time, didn't it? But I have to say there, as Councillor Khan was talking about playing to the gallery and bringing motions for things that could have been done anyway, I thought we'd gone back to the previous motion for a second. But I think I speak on behalf of our whole group in saying we need some legal guidance on this. Because the definition of negation is the contradiction or denial of something. This amendment adds some words, deletes some words, fair enough, but then removes all 6 resolutions from the original motion and replaces them with brand new ones and changes action requested of the Cabinet to action conditional on an outside individual. How is that not textbook negotiation?
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Eyre, my view on this is that it doesn't negate the original. It lessens it, but it still effectively addresses substantially the same points which the original was aimed at.
Councillor Wright, do you wish to speak?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Prosser's description of this amendment. The whole reason Epping Borough Council had to go for a temporary injunction was because the events overtook them. They wanted to go down the process that's been described, that I've got no doubt has come from the planning department, through compliance notices and potential stop notices, but they recognise that takes a long time and it's subject to appeal, and events overtook them. The whole reason for this motion is to actually get ahead of events so that we don't get to that stage. Councillor, our leader has actually meant right at the start, this is the #1 issue for residents in this country at the moment, and things could escalate. That's exactly what happened in Epping. And this issue about waiting for complaints, I'll refer to our planning officer here, but my understanding is that we can take proactive enforcement action as long as it's proportionate to the issue here. And if you go to the judgment in the High Court, the judge there said there were substantial grounds for supporting the proposition that hotel, the Bell Hotel, wasn't in compliance. And I see very similar circumstances here in Derby. So rather than waiting to something to happen, which more than likely, as in Epping, would be street protests, we should be getting ahead of the game. That's what this is designed to do. This amendment defeats all that and kicks it back into the long grass, which I don't think is going to serve anybody's purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is it Councillor Hassel?
Can I propose a notice without motion to extend this meeting, please? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Smell. Show of hands, all in favour?
Council Care hasn't got a handle, haven't? No, that 23. No, Council Hudson.
Just all those in favour? We're just voting for an adjournment here, nothing else. Those against? Shiraz Khan, was that a wave or a hand in the air? Okay, that's carried, thank you. Councillor Hassel, on the amendment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How sad. How sad that the Labour group want to act in the same vein as their government counterparts and be tone deaf on this particular issue. I have the utmost respect for the legal officer, but please be noted I fundamentally disagree with your ruling on that amendment. I think to scrub away all of the points in the original motion completely negates it, and I would ask you to think again on that matter. I shouldn't be surprised at this, should I, really? You know, we've got MPs in the room, probably pulling a few strings as well. But I mentioned earlier about the 6 out of 10. Tonight, you've turned your ears off to all of them. Well done.
Thank you, Councillor Hassel. Do I have any more speakers on the amendment? Councillor Kerr.
Thank you. I'm choosing to speak now because immigration is an important issue and it is something that people are concerned about. And it's also something that has not been talked about in a positive way. And I think it should be talked about much more. It's been alluded to, it's really important for our economy, and it's particularly important in the current decades and coming decades because of the falling birth rate in the UK and the way in that this means that already we are finding that our working number of people in the UK is beginning to stagnate. And that has serious implications for our economy, and it has implications for Britain as an innovative country, because if you haven't got a growing workforce, it means that all you can do is maintain what we have at the moment. And it's really difficult to have the resources to actually do more, because we need the people to look after our children, to look after our elderly people, to look after people in hospital, to be able to maintain the infrastructures that we already have. And one of the advantages of immigration has been that people come to Britain, they're more motivated to be in work, more motivated to start a business, and less likely to be on benefits than people who were born here. And that's all factual statements. I'm sorry, I'm probably a couple of years out of date, but I don't expect it has changed. And it's something which we don't explain, we don't talk about. And even reference that we had earlier today about the Windrush generation, who came to support our economy because Britain needed more people who were in work. We don't talk about that now. Back in the 1960s, late 50s, even the 70s, people recognised that, and we're not talking about it now. Also, what we're not talking about is how we make sure that people who are coming to this country know what is expected of them when they get here, can speak good English, and can integrate. And people who are here they're not pushing us as councillors to say, we've got people coming to our country, but we can't understand what they're saying. Why haven't you taught them English? Why aren't you making sure that people are integrating? If they're children, they have taught through our schools. But we also need to make sure that we've got sufficient adult education that enables people to be truly part of our communities in Derby. And that is something we're failing on, and we need to continue to work on and to be dealing with. So it is important to talk about immigration, but this is actually talking about a planning issue, which there haven't been any complaints. There's been something if we've been hotels in operation for the last 6 years without complaints. If there were a complaint, our enforcement officers in planning would go and investigate, because that's what they do. We're talking about a concern that our council houses could be used by people who aren't eligible to use that resource, which is highly unlikely to happen, because we have lots of people who are going into our council houses. We'd love to have more of them. We've got lots of people to put in them. We're not going to go and put somebody in them who isn't allowed to be in them when we've got people who are allowed to go in them and occupy them. And we're also talking about something that is primarily a Home Office issue, and we haven't got a lot of say over. So it seems to me that really we're making a mountain out of a hole here. We're having a big debate, and it would be nice to go home, even though people have just voted to still be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Any more speakers on the amendment? Over to you, Councillor Dinter, to sum up then, please.
There's no right to sum up on an amendment.
No? Okay. Okay. Councillor Hassel. All those in favour of the motion?
Okay, councillors. As required by the council procedure rules, more than 10 councillors have indicated they wish for the vote to be recorded. Therefore, when I read your names, councillors, will you please indicate whether you are for or against the amendment that has been tabled by Councillor Dinser? First of all, Councillor Amin, please. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong screen. Secondly, Councillor Ashby, please. Councillor Atwell.
Against.
So, this is the old one. Yeah. We'll continue. Appreciate, councillors. This is the recorded vote sheet for the last municipal year. We will continue for this one, but we'll, if there are any further ones, we'll use the correct one. Apologies. Councillor Bolton, please. Councillor Bonser. Councillor Kerr.
Abstain.
Councillor Chambers. Councillor Dinser. Councillor Evans. Councillor Eyre. Councillor Falk. Councillor Graves. Councillor Hassel. Councillor Heselgrave. Councillor Alison Holmes. Councillor Matthew Holmes. Councillor Hudson. Councillor Celia Ingle. Councillor Phil Ingle. Councillor Kaur. Councillor Jangir Khan. Councillor Shiraz Khan. Councillor Kozlowski. Councillor Lakin. Councillor Lindsay. Sorry, Councillor Lindsay is absent. Councillor Lonsdale. Councillor Martin. Councillor Morgan McGeehan. Councillor Mulhall. Councillor Nawaz. Councillor Anwaha. Councillor Pandy. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Pearce. Councillor Peatfield. Councillor Poulter. Councillor Prosser. Councillor Rawson. Councillor Repton. Councillor Ralston. Councillor Sandy. Councillor Shanker. Councillor Smale. Councillor Swan. Councillor Truella. Councillor Whitby. Councillor Wilson. Councillor Cecile Wright. Councillor John Wright. And the former Mayor, Councillor Potter. Councillors, as you can see, the recorded vote is tied, so that would move to the current Mayor, Councillor Atwell. If you wish to use your casting vote, you do. The Mayor has chosen to use their casting vote. The amendment is lost.
Okay, back to the substantive motion. I think it was Councillor Prosser to speak.
Sorry, just trying to get things set up again. Councillor Hassel, I am very disappointed by this motion. Disappointed that I didn't write it. I'm further disappointed that it's taken so long. Despite the government's assertions, the rights of illegal and other immigrants who are being processed through an often very difficult and complex situation can never and must never trump the rights of the lawful citizens of this country. All the blame for this and the anger that people feel must not be aimed at the migrants. For I, if I lived in Afghanistan, may indeed want to come here. But it should be aimed at the government that has clearly failed us all. And when I say all, I include every citizen of this country and every single migrant, whether legal or illegal. They have failed us all. I understand that this city houses approximately 1,300 people being processed through the system. I believe that it's illegal for any landlord to lease their property for such purposes, and as the residents are not free to live, work, move from their homes, these are not and never can be houses of normal occupation. They are all institutions, hostels, irregular accommodation that potentially require a change in planning permission. To my knowledge, only one property in Derby has potentially been granted such permission. I would like to highlight that this motion covers all asylum accommodation. The government must enforce the law and not pick and choose when it suits themselves. This city and this council is in complete crisis right now. Rents have more than doubled in recent years and costs have spiralled out of control. If you're unlucky enough to be made homeless because the government or council is offering higher rent to your landlord, you will be very fortunate to find another property. And if the council house you, then you and your family could end up in a bed and breakfast in Chesterfield. This is serious stuff and completely manufactured by our politicians. The complete abuse of our migration policies and lack of action is a disrespect and abandonment of our own population. This must stop, and it must stop now.
Councillor Chambers.
I could go over everything that I was going to say initially, but we all know what happened over the Tory period, so let's cut to the chase. So I voted for the amendment because there's been no complaints or evidence presented in 6 years. That's when we had the first hotel here in Derby. So I ask you, Councillor Hassel and your group, why is it only now that you're concerned about the local impact of central government's asylum policy? Is it simply because it's a different central government? Why suddenly the concern about planning controls, neighbourhood, well-being and housing availability concerns that have been entirely valid for years? Why, after years of silence, are you now pressing government to take full responsibility for this policy? Why are you proudly bringing forward this motion now, when previously, both in government and on this council, you took no such action? Have you checked with your donors and your friends of friends if they're happy for you to turn off their taxpayers' cheque, although in fairness, they've already made billions of pounds? And let me ask you directly, are you aware that the legislation that you used by Epping Council, the law you now point to, has been available at your disposal for years? Why didn't you support Derby having its so-called Epping moment over the last 6 years? But let's also bring this back to local reality. Right now, 2 hotels in our city are housing asylum seekers, and they've caused very few issues in the wider community. Can I ask, did any former cabinet member, or actually anyone in this chamber, Councillor Prosser hasn't, as what he alluded to, clearly tells me he has not ever visited any of these hotels. Did you ever sit down with asylum seekers, listen to their stories, understand their journeys? I have, and it's a stark contrast to what members in this chamber believe or choose to believe. Currently, and this is really important, wards like Allistry, Oakwood, Mickletover, Spondon, Littleover have got no dispersal hotels for asylum seekers. Chaddiston East, houses. Chaddiston, well, you've got none. Chaddiston East and Chaddiston Shanlock, you've got 5. Well, if you push this motion to take action to close these hotels, those figures could look very different, with impacts you might not be ready to answer for. We know where they are housed at present, they are in a safe environment, and we know where everyone is, and we can monitor individual cases. Let's be clear, your party handed over a huge problem that you created, and this Labour government are listening to the 6 out of 10 and cleaning up your mess. The government are closing the hotels in a controlled and safe manner for the 6 out of 10. Hotels were never the answer. Today's reality was created by your government, and it has not benefited the country or the people seeking asylum at all. Hypocrisy. The practice of claiming to have moral standards or beliefs to which one's behaviour does not conform. Pushing for an Epping moment in Derby would not be a triumph, it would be an Epping mistake.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Morgan McGeehan.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just want to point out that there are 2 elements to this motion, and I don't want one of them to be missed in all the noise. My colleagues will quite rightly focus on the importance of lawfulness, planning, compliance, and the impact on leisure and housing availability, but I want to focus on compassion, clearly identified as an element of the motion. Regrettably, motions based on compassion have little foundation in precedent, law, or local government, but for me, this is about holding together lawfulness and compassion. And we must let that shape how we handle asylum. I don't want the message here to be that people are not welcome in Derby. Quite the opposite. I want Derby to be known as a city of compassion, love and sanctuary, but not like this. Not herding people into temporary hotel accommodation without proper amenities that was never built or licensed for that purpose. It masks the real problem. That's not compassion, it's passing the buck. It's expecting Derby to deal with a problem that the government should be dealing with. As long as what some people view as an acceptable solution is in play, nobody's being compelled to come up with a more humane solution. That's why I support this motion. Yes, it's important that lawfulness is maintained, and I'm thankful to my colleagues for setting out a path forward on this matter. But I do want to add that to a clear message to that. And that is, I understand this is a huge issue that won't be solved overnight, but it's not good enough to herd people into temporary accommodation in some sort of short-term workaround solution that's more than likely in conflict with planning law, then sit back and assume the problem has gone away. It's not fair to those people, it's not fair to the people of Derby, and it potentially plays into a wider and more dangerous narrative. We've talked about that tonight already. Left wide open, this could be misinterpreted, used by dangerous people to reinforce their own less well-intended narratives. So we need a solution that deals with people swiftly, compassionately, fairly, and with dignity. This is not it. The government must do better, and we won't stand for their workaround anymore. If this motion, brought by my colleagues, is the correct way to highlight this issue, make it appear on the right report in front of the right people, then I support it.
Thank you, Councillor McGinn. Councillor Dinter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'm disappointed that the reaching out and trying to be constructive with the motion in the first place was rejected by the Chamber. Compassion and sanctuary, it has just been mentioned. We need to be clear. There is not a problem in Derby at the moment. There is a problem of immigration. Nobody doubts that. We understand that. The problem of hotel use was lauded and shouted about by one Robert Jenrick MP when he was the minister, when he produced this policy of putting asylum seekers into hotels. A Labour government has spent just over a year since being in power trying to move people out of hotels so that from 400 we have halved it to 200. It is policy of the Labour government, which I support, that there should be planned, coordinated movement of asylum seekers from hotels, particularly if they are in an area or community where people feel concerned, to alternative accommodation. Now, this motion does play on fear that has not existed in this city for 6 years. There has been no complaint, no evidence of the two particular hotels which have been managed here by the Home Office have causing community unrest or difficulties. We would be the first ones to act on that as an administration if that was the case. So let's not have this ownership of, oh, you have not spoken for the 6 out of 10. We're trying to speak for 100% of the people of Derby. And that is about fairness and compassion and sanctuary. We cannot demonise people who are seeking asylum, and by due process, they will be deliberated on whether they have leave to remain or they are legal and they will be deported. And by the way, a Labour government has more than doubled the number of people who have been deported when their applications for asylum have been rejected and been found wrong. But those who have got status for asylum, they have been welcomed. They've been welcomed by people in Derby, by everybody, and they have contributed culturally, economically, and you have many stories to tell about that. So I would urge those of you who feel that we do have compassion and sanctuary, and we don't demonise people for what may have been a concern somewhere else, and without knowing the evidence. The motion was to strengthen, Councillor Hassel, your intent to make sure that in terms of planning, which is the most and only bit that this motion talks to, it talks to the Epping situation, which has been challenged and appealed by government, and the judge who sat in judgment on that has been found wanting in terms of his judgment. And on the 15th of October, the High Court will adjudicate on that particular matter. And I suspect the planning issues will go out of the window because as we've tried to communicate, and as our officers are ready and willing to do, if there's any infringement of planning regulations, policy, it will be acted on. Not, in this situation, not slowly and putting it on the long grass, but effectively and quickly. But let's not try to create a concern of the two hotels in Derby, which currently does not exist. And if there were any community unrest, if there was any concerns, this administration would be the first to take action. Let's not try to sort of say, oh, the 6 out of 10 people you're not listening to. We are listening to 100% of the people, and I still urge members in this chamber to join the Labour group and to oppose this motion in its form. What we propose as a modification, I think would have been a better position, a fair position, a compassionate position, and a safe position.
Councillor Dinter, thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you. Wasn't expecting that, blimey. Well, thank you very much, thank you very much. About 4 hours ago, a gentleman asked a question. It was question A, all this time ago. Say, I'll go back in time. These will go back in centuries. Mr. Blurton, hope you're watching, Alan. He was asking questions about numbers. He's asked his two local councillors about numbers. They've never replied to him. He's asked his MP on Saturday at her surgery. She was giving him no numbers. All of a sudden, because it's been pressed, we get 5 houses in Chadderton East, so many in Shelton Lock. Why don't you give that gentleman numbers as well? That's fine, but why didn't you give them in his question that he asked 4 hours ago? 4 hours ago. Then Councillor Dinser says, we've got all these people that's being deported, so he knows the numbers. So why don't you give us the answers? Thank you, Labour Party. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Councillor Alston.
Thank you. Apologies, I don't tend to get up very much nowadays. I kind of keep myself to myself and keep quiet in the background. But there are a couple of things that I couldn't not comment on this evening. One of the comments that frustrates me repeatedly with in this council is about people referring to with hate speech and the way people are assumed. Councillor Chambers' motion from before was about this. Why do you call me a Tory? I've never been elected a Tory. I've never even stood as a Tory. I am a Conservative, and I would prefer you to speak to me as our group and the members of this group as Conservatives going forward. It's a derogatory term, and you continue to use it continuously. Please stop. Second point within my motion, within this motion, is that when we were in Cabinet, yes, we arrived in Cabinet and there were hotels in this city. We were advised then of the cost implications of these hotels, not the cost of the hotels to us, because that was a government-led thing and we had no control of that. We were advised by officers at the time that there was nothing we could do. That's a government protocol, that's what they've chosen to do. And as councillors, we discussed it, we had conversations around it, and it was highlighted some of the concerns that were raised, which included the pressures that it gives into our NHS service, because, believe it or not, it does create pressures on our NHS. They do have to go in there and start. We then have the numbers of people that are claiming to be and the cost implications that came through from our child services and the implications that had on our city. Multi-millions of pounds that it implicates on this city. So at the time, we were challenged and we raised it, and we raised our concerns in the right way with government and wrote to government to raise these concerns about the cost and the constant problems that this was causing, not just about safety, but the bigger picture and the pressures financially on this council. But as a parent, and as a person who wants to just put it out there, I absolutely welcome people that are in need, and we welcome immigration and migration, legal immigration and migration, people who come here with the right to work or want to work and everything else. This is illegal immigration that we're talking about. These people do not have the right to be in the UK. They are here whilst they are looked into and look at their background before they are dealt with and going forward. For me, that is something without no background, without the right challenges to who these individuals are. They should be in a much more secure location. They are not in a secure location. There were, even when I was a cabinet member, challenges about people arriving in the hotels, then leaving and being put into slavery within this city. And that's a known fact. That was a challenge being posed 5 years ago, and we were challenging that and raising that as concerns. So stop hiding behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I've got 3 more speakers, and then that's going to be the speakers we'll put to the vote. So the 3 speakers will be Councillor Peatfield, Councillor Onward, Councillor Graves. Then after that, because I go to the vote because I'm conscious of the time. So, Councillor Peatfield, you're next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
Yes.
I've missed out Councillor Khan, so Councillor Khan will be the last speaker on this.
This motion has a subtext which worries me. It needs deciphering, but it's not that difficult to translate. It's framed in the language of fairness and safety and protecting Derby's communities, but really it stigmatises some of the most vulnerable people who are fleeing war and persecution and trauma by treating them primarily as a planning problem. So the motion's underlying assumption that asylum seekers in hotels are somehow a threat to neighbourhood safety or to the availability of housing. But there's no evidence presented here to support that claim. The recent Epping judgment made it absolutely clear that objections must be based on demonstrable land use impacts, not on political unease or generalised fears. Yet, this motion repeatedly leans on precisely those fears, invoking safety and community well-being and pressure on housing in ways that are not evidence, they're emotive. And that is not fair or transparent or lawful approach to the Equality Act that demands of us. Secondly, the suggestion that asylum seekers are in competition with Derby residents for affordable housing is really misleading. Under asylum seeker status, people have no recourse to public funds, so they simply cannot be placed in social housing. If we were concerned about housing crisis, and we should be, let's be honest about its causes. Decades of underinvestment, lack of council house building, and broken rental markets, pushing right to buy for years without replacing stock. Blaming asylum seekers for that crisis is not only inaccurate, it's deeply irresponsible. Thirdly, this motion ties the council's energy and resources into pursuing enforcement cases and legal wrangles, potentially, against hotels who have received no complaints to this council, whether planning, public safety or environmental health. None. Let's not forget that at the peak of asylum hotels use, under the Conservative government, there were more than 400 hotels in use, which has halved. Labour has doubled the number of asylum decisions, while the Conservatives deliberately cut decision-making. Above all, let's just assume for a moment that this motion is not virtue signalling that it appears to be. If this is a genuine planning concern, you have control of the planning chair. You have control of the relevant scrutiny chair. Why aren't you using those avenues to pursue your planning concerns? We do recognise people's frustrations, and as does the Labour government, who are committed to shutting all asylum hotels by the end of this Parliament in a safe and managed way. In the same breath, following the motion that we just passed, we must stand against those who are trying to exploit those legitimate concerns to cause fear and division. Finally, I want to challenge the motives implicit in this text. We're told that it is about upholding planning law, but what this motion actually does is single out one group of people, refugees and asylum seekers, for a level of scrutiny that no other temporary hotel residents would face. Where's the council's call to monitor hotels that are housing business contractors or students or construction workers or temporary homeless families? They're all using hotels for temporary reasons, not linked to being a hotel. Why only asylum seekers? That's a selective approach, and it exposes a motive, a political signalling, not community protection. The motion calls for an evidence log of activity and impacts, and for residents to be kept updated. There have been no issues and no complaints, so that feels suspiciously like a fishing exercise. And I sincerely hope that that is not, because that would be a complete abuse of process. We're a proud and diverse city. Our reputation should be built on fairness, compassion and integrity, not using asylum seekers as a scapegoat for the national housing crisis or for sowing division into communities. We can and we should challenge the government to build housing, but let's not do it by scapegoating vulnerable people. Can I remind the Chamber that after 14 years of a Conservative government who let house building grind to a halt, who scrapped housing targets, we now have real investment being put into the sector and an ambitious pledge to build 1.5 million homes over this Parliament. But if we truly want to protect Derby residents, let's welcome the investment of affordable housing, continue to expand our support services and ensure fair funding comes to us from government. And we just need to make that happen, and please stop dog whistling. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Peatfield. Councillor Graves? Sorry, Councillor Underwood, I beg your pardon. No? Councillor Graves?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd just like to congratulate you on making a very good decision on your voting for the amendment. I also have to congratulate the Conservative leader on an excellent motion. Labour do have a bit of a point, though. It is a shame that not all Conservatives across the country, including the last government, had decided to take such action. At least the Conservatives in Derby have now woken up to this important issue. And I'm hopefully, in my speech, I'm going to explain some of they were talking about evidence, a few councillors talked about evidence. Well, you'll be aware that the sheer high numbers of illegal immigrants entering the country over many years has reached unbearable levels. No one has ever asked the whole population of the UK, nor the people of Derby, whether they wanted to do this. Derby also decided to take up the title of City of Sanctuary. This sounds like a nice thing to do, which welcomes people fleeing persecution, violence, or conflict. I don't think that you will find one person here in this chamber that doesn't agree that people fleeing persecution, violence, or conflict should feel welcome. However, it's quite evident now that these asylum hotels are not being used to help people fleeing persecution, violence, or conflict, but housing opportunist economic migrants and an element of criminal migrant. We cannot tell which is which because the government does not know. I question whether these people fleeing persecution, violence, or conflict are genuine and bona fide when they have left France to get here. I question the danger of this activity of welcoming the vast numbers making these claims. Why is it that we, as a nation, as a city, put the safety of illegal migrants before the safety of the people of Derby and the UK? Up until fairly recently, the addition of sharing illegal migrants across the country was done in secret. Back in 2020, it was reported to me that once prestigious Midland hotel right next to our train station was being used to house hundreds of illegal migrants. I did go and have a look, and for myself, and I was met by Serco staff who made sure I did not enter. Like I say, this once prestigious hotel. The councillors I spoke to at the time did not realise this was happening. I don't know if the leader of the council at that time was aware. Maybe he could enlighten us. People are frightened, and now numerous stories of criminal activity from residents of these migrant hotels is never-ending. Here in Derby, you'll be well aware that local restaurant owner Govinda Johal, a personal friend of our current Mayor of Derby, was murdered by a Somalian illegal immigrant, Habi Kabiraksaman Nur, on the 6th of May of this year in the middle of the afternoon in Lloyds Bank on St. Peter Street. You'll also remember that North African illegal migrant Mufti Mohammed was found guilty of 3 counts of sexual assault and 2 counts of indecent exposure against schoolgirls on the 24th of May 2024 in the middle of the afternoon on East Street. By the time he appeared in court in January this year, he had already been held in custody for most of the 14-month prison sentence, so he has already been released. I have seen a letter from Derby North MP Catherine Atkinson, who says no one can verify the nationality and current immigration status of Mufti Mohammed, despite the fact that an interpreter for a specific North African dialect of Arabic was required. Members may be aware that Catherine is a trained lawyer with access to a whole team of UK tax-funded researchers. Since 2020, I've had several local residents that live in the vicinity of the Midland Hotel contact me about worrying behaviour that occurred since the hotel changed into an illegal migrant hotel, all involving residents of this hotel and the Ascot Hotel across the road. Harassment, intimidation, and sexual harassment. One single lady was approached many times in the entrance of her apartment, treating her as if she should acquiesce to his sexual advances. Despite several reports to the police, nothing changed, and so she has now left the Midland Road area. Mr. Mayor, none of this is acceptable, and so I fully support this motion.
Thank you. That's in the speakers. I'm going to hand it back to the mover of the motion, so if you'd like to...
Right, Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question of the monitoring officer, deputy monitoring officer? Yes? Is that okay?
No, the meeting's done. I'm going to put it to the vote.
No.
Move it to the mover. So do you want
Please,
to, do you want to
Mr.
sum up,
Mayor,
please?
Mr. Mayor, it's one question. It's a really clarifying question, please. It'll be really quick.
Go on then.
I'm just asking, CP 64, thank you. Olu, could you just... Olu, and my question is, point Points 1 to 6 of this motion, can they be delivered by this council?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Point of order, Mr. Mayor. All these motions tonight have been checked by the monitoring officer and by the democratic services. And so I don't think it's right to put Olu on the spot, in the hot seat, right this very moment. Already been checked.
I'm going to come in with that. Okay. It's been checked and we're going to move to the...
I'm not prepared to do this any further, so I'm going to take it to the move. Seconder, sorry, Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To reiterate, asylum and immigration are currently #1 public concern. That's why I'm supporting this motion, as these concerns are our residents' concerns too. It's a motion put forward in the best interests of our communities and one that supports the Council's planning authority in the proper discharge of its duties. At its core, this motion seeks to clarify and enforce our planning laws. Specifically, we must determine if the use of the Midland and Station hotels to accommodate asylum seekers represents a material change of use. If it does, the owners should obtain planning permission. If it did not, the current use could be unlawful. The key question is the use of these hotels for the specific home office-placed accommodation of asylum seekers a sui generis use, a use of its own kind, that is, distinct from a standard hotel operation? If the answer is yes, then we have a clear obligation to proactively enforce our planning regulations. Furthermore, this principle should apply to all relevant planning regulations concerning any type of asylum accommodation in our city. We can learn a crucial lesson from the experience of Epping. There, the Council's planning enforcement team acted proactively 4 years before they applied for the injunction when asylum seekers were first housed in that hotel. The Home Office, however, intervened and advised the hotel owners not to apply for a change of use. This put the Council in a difficult position. Fearing an escalation of protests, Epping Council sought an interim injunction. In August, a High Court judge approved that injunction, stating there was considerable force in the argument that the Bell's use was not as a hotel, but was a sui generis use. The judge provided an extensive list of reasons why it was no longer a hotel. A single category of guest has been mentioned, in this case, single male asylum seekers, not paying for themselves, having no other UK address, and the presence of specialist services such as security and welfare support. I believe all of these same reasons could apply to hotels in our city, which gives us a strong reason to believe that enforcement action here in Derby would also be successful. The difference in Derby, has been stated, is that the protest against the use of these hotels so far has been largely confined to means other than public street protests. This gives us a precious window of opportunity to be proactive and measured. We can use the power of the planning legislation now, rather than waiting until we are forced to act reactively, as was the case in Epping. We must act expeditiously so we are not left with the difficult choice they faced, where events simply overtook them. While the Epping interim injunction was later rescinded, partly because the Home Office was not initially included in the hearing, the subsequent events are also telling. Protests continued. One asylum seeker was later convicted of sexual offences. This highlighted the fact that local councils and indeed the public can have very little information about the individuals housed in these facilities. This motion is comprehensive and reasonable. It's a direct response to legitimate concerns of our residents. It seeks to address both the intended and unintended consequences of the situation, demonstrating this council understands the public's anxiety and is willing to respond proactively. We must do this now, rather than waiting for events to unfold that could lead to unlawful and potentially dangerous protests. Beyond the summary of our duty to enforce planning compliance, there is an even larger issue to consider. When these hotels are used for asylum accommodation, they're not serving their real purpose, supporting Derby's business and tourism ambitions. We are currently discussing ambitious new developments to increase the availability of high-end hotel rooms. The Midland Hotel, a heritage hotel, the first railway hotel in England, is a gateway to our city and once a showpiece for Derby. We've also recently emphasised that any scheme from the station quarter must lead to greater connectivity between the station, city centre and the city as a whole. The irony is not lost on us. Housing asylum seekers in Derby's limited hotel accommodation with a potential for escalating street protests is hardly conducive to our stated aims of increasing prosperity, tourism and reducing crime.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hassel, time for you to sum up, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thank everyone for their contributions this evening. It has been quite a revealing debate. There are those of us in here who want to be the voice of the frustrated public, and there are those of us in here who would rather be sat silent and wait for things to happen rather than be proactive. I will not prolong the debate any. I'm going to have to challenge that. You come here with a motion about respect. I have not said a word while you've spoken. In fact, I listen quite carefully to each and every speaker in this room, whether I agree with them or not. You're the leader of this council. Lead, for goodness sake. Mr. Mayor, move to the vote. A recorded one, please.
Okay, time to move to the vote.
Apologies for the delay, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, when I read your names, will you please indicate whether you are for or against the motion as it is printed in your agenda, please? So first of all, Councillor Amin, please. Councillor Ashby. Councillor Bolton. Councillor Bonser. Councillor Kerr. Councillor Chambers. Councillor Dinser. Councillor Evans. Councillor Eyre. Councillor Falk. Councillor Graves. Councillor Hassel. Councillor Hazelgrave. Councillor Alison Holmes. Councillor Matthew Holmes. Councillor Hudson. Councillor Celia Ingle. Councillor Phil Ingle. Councillor Kaur. Councillor Jangir Khan. Councillor Shiraz Khan. Councillor Kozlowski. Councillor Lakin. Councillor Lonsdale. Councillor Martin. Councillor Morgan McGeehan. Councillor Mulhall. Councillor Nawaz. Councillor Onwaha. Councillor Pandy. Councillor Pattison. Councillor Pearce. Councillor Peatfield. Councillor Potter. Councillor Poulter. Councillor Prosser. Councillor Rawson. Councillor Repton. Councillor Ralston. Councillor Sandhu. Councillor Shankar. Councillor Smale. Councillor Swan. Councillor Truella. Councillor Whitby. Councillor Wilson. Councillor Cecile Wright. Councillor John Wright. So Councillor Cecile Wright against. Councillor John Wright. And the Mayor in his correct place this time, Councillor Atwell. That completes the voting. The motion is tied. Mr. Mayor, would you like to use your casting vote?
4. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our business for the meeting this evening. Thank you for the patience as we've negotiated a busy agenda and some challenging debates. I look forward to our next meeting in November.
Councillors, the Mayor still speaking. Yeah, that's fine, don't worry, mate.